I'm man. Okay. He says we is live. He says we is live. Let's check. Check it. So view on the YouTube. Let's hear it. So view on the YouTube. Yeah, very good. Let's hear it. So view very on the nice. YouTube. Let's see what we got on Discord. Mr. President of Earth has been notified. He must debate me about my ether theory or I will ban him. The idea is that, and I've heard other creators do this, we invite each other to a debate because you say very mean things about me and to me. So I just want the chance to debate you. If you refuse, I will ban you because that means that's bad faith. That means you know you're wrong when you attack me. So with that, having said that, um, let's see this server. It's quiet. It's quiet on the Western Front. Okay, nothing is going on. Let's see if they want me to make a presentation. Hey, does anyone want me and Gamma to make a presentation about black hole analysis using
Oh God, not you and that boring science shit again.
anyway.
Actually, to be an interesting topic, but maybe a bit of different. Maybe you can do an asshole analysis.
What?
Maybe you can do an asshole analysis. That would be a proper analysis.
I just muted you, so
Oh,
yeah.
we had to listen to weather patterns and ether for like 6 hours yesterday.
Oh. Anyway, so I have a new paper about black hole formation analysis using the ether model.
Can you do them in a lab?
Gonna do what in a lab?
There are.
Let me find the paper. The paper, my drive. I think it's Ready Papers. Black hole formation. Share. Copy link.
What kind of models you got?
I put the link to the paper.
Paper's not a model. You need a model. Ball, 3D.
He's talking about an ether model, Demunk, which I'll agree also does not exist. There's no ether model.
Well, I just don't know what ether is. If you could show me something, I could agree or not agree. I mean, yeah.
I agree. If he could show an ether model existing, that would be a step towards me believing that there's an ether model. But no one's done that, so
I don't think they'd be able to.
I agree.
Watchmaker, would you like to debate me on this topic?
like an actual scheduled debate? No.
Whatever you want. I mean,
You're welcome to talk to me about it now.
Okay, you want to ask questions?
Okay. You said that you have a new paper about an ether model about black hole formation.
Yeah, I wrote a paper with Gamma. It's on the side chat of this very VC. You're welcome to look at it and ask questions.
What's your expertise in astronomy and physics?
You can ask me questions about the paper, so not about me.
Well, you said I could ask you questions. The first question that I asked you, you immediately dove away from. So I'm very, 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 very.
I muted you. So does anybody want to ask me questions about the paper? Okay. Okay, I'll be back. Bye. These people. Yeah. What's your expertise? And if you tell them your expertise, they start. Okay. What's next question about you? The next everything is about you. Okay. All right. Then you muted. Better luck next time. So there is a video. Let's first watch some chillaxing YouTube. Let's see what's up. Lines of force in the ether.
Okay, welcome everyone. Welcome back to 8225, which is also STS-042, Physics in the 20th Century. Let me start by asking just quickly, are there any logistical questions, any kind of course structure, other questions like that? We can try to clear up quickly, and then we'll jump into the first main lecture. In general, it's good to do the readings, at least to skim the more technical readings before the assigned class. So for today, that was a brief excerpt from Maxwell's treatise on electricity and magnetism, for example, and a chapter from Bruce Hunt's book on the Maxwellians. So in general, it would be helpful if you keep up with the readings, because it's just going to snowball. Otherwise, some of the readings, as you probably have noted with the Maxwell in particular, are pretty, they're not exactly a page-turning novel, right? Like what's going on with that? So I'm going to be talking about what Maxwell thought he was doing, what some of Maxwell's contemporaries, how they read that book in today's lecture. So for that, so today might hopefully will exemplify the kind of use to make of readings like that as we go through the kind of first work example of Maxwell today. Other readings, as you'll see, like the chapter from Bruce Hunt for this week, are by physicists or historians or sociologists or other more recent scholars trying to help us make sense of that older work. And for those, I think it does make sense to read them a bit more closely. What's the actual argument the author's making? What are the kinds of evidence does the author bring to bear? Because what we're working on together over the course of the semester is actually working on your own written essays, your own analyses, where you will help you build up toward it. But you'll be working on articulating an argument, defending an argument, evidence and examples from various sources. So those, the readings we would call it secondary source, readings by historians or more recent physicists or philosophers or sociologists or journalists, remember, those are more like the kinds of writings we're going to try to do ourselves over the course of the term. So I recommend, plus I think hopefully they're interesting. I chose them very carefully. So I do recommend you try to read those a bit differently, let's say, than something like skimming over Maxwell's treatise, which might look both pretty bland and weird and a little unusual given how we do things today. So there are kind of different ways to read the different kinds of sources. And like I said, hopefully today we'll actually give a bit of an example of that. We talk a little bit about that Maxwell reading throughout today. So that's the plan. And if there's no other questions, I think we'll just jump right in. So I'm going to go ahead and share screen. And hopefully you can see that first slide. So today we're going to start our kind of journey in earnest. We're going to turn the clock back about 200 years and talk about some of the leading natural philosophers and the leading people who are trying to understand the physical world and what did they think their job was, what were the settings in which they did it, what were the conceptual tools they brought to bear, and we'll always be asking ourselves what looks kind of similar and what looks really, really unfamiliar from our vantage point today. So the discussion today has three main sections. We have a brief kind of warm-up on physics then and now, just to try to prep us to put our minds back into the world of the early 19th century. Then we'll spend a bit of time talking about Michael Faraday, who was one of the most widely celebrated scientists or natural philosophers of his day, and we'll see some of the things he introduced during his rather unusual career. And then the last main section for today, we'll talk about some of the folks who were a bit younger than Faraday, who kind of took up his mantle to try to continue his line of work, but again, using some different kinds of techniques and tools. In this case, William Thomson and James Clerk Maxwell. So that's our kind of goal for today. So let's just pause and remember that we are entering a kind of, imaginary time capsule and going back, about 200 years to start. So the assumptions that we might bring in as physics students, as MIT students more generally, about how the world works, about what the job of a physicist is, and so on, those won't map on perfectly well to some of these earlier folks we start talking about. And I find that's part of what's so fun for me about working in history science, is exactly those moments where things don't look so familiar, as well as the continuities we can trace over time. So one of the biggest questions we might ask about physics today is what's the world made of? What do we think as modern day scientists are the basic building blocks out of which the world is made? If we were to conduct a survey of most working physicists at MIT or really anywhere around the world at this point, we get an answer along these lines. We would hear about something called the standard model of particle physics, which is amazing, and we'll actually talk a bit about the standard model later in the semester. It describes the world as made up of a very small number of fundamental entities, elementary particles like the quarks and electrons and tau, mesons and neutrinos, and even the long elusive Higgs boson. There's a collection, not a very big collection, of stuff out of which we think literally everything else is made. We hear the physicists today talk about the tools that have been developed to try to study interactions of those elementary bits of matter, how different particles can interact with each other, can scatter off each other, can transmit the fundamental forces of nature by exchanging certain kinds of particles in a vacuum. Depending on which physicist we ask, we might get an earful, maybe more than we invited, saying that actually all those particles are themselves really only the kind of the efflorescence of more fundamental entities called strings that live in some abstract space. The point is we're going to get an answer like this about basically particles exchanging particles in the vacuum. Now, if we were to build our time machine, which I sincerely hope we can complete soon, and we go back, 100 or let alone 200 years to say talk with leading natural researchers in Britain, and we told them this answer that physicists today.
Okay. What just happened? So I'm traveling right now. I won't be able. About my ether or any other topic you feel you have disagreement with me about. So far, very interesting lecture. Even this diagram is amazing. It's not a normal electron anti-electron. It's a kaon, which I don't know what that is. It's two positive kaons exchanging a photon. I don't even know what's going on here. And then again, I don't know what's going on here. Dr. Alpha, you're welcome to join me. Wait, I didn't join. You're welcome to join if you're not high or drunk. We can have a discussion. Let me post a link to our Discord. Here's the link to our Discord. Did I do? I think I did. Maybe let me change the title. What we're doing right now is this. Oh, how do you copy? There's no way to copy. It's useless. So right now, can I change it in the settings? No. Maybe later we will. This is now watching.
The world's made of particles exchanging particles in a vacuum, they would have thought we were really not with it. I like to think of it shadowed so it'll be something maybe more colorful. Every single part of this modern answer would look extraordinarily wrong-headed to the people that we're going to spend some time reading about and talking about at the start of this term. And why is that important? I mean, if we did this exercise with the ancient Mayans or the medieval Turks or the Renaissance French, we'd also expect some disagreement. What I like about this is that we're turning the clock back not so far compared to the present day, and yet we already see a huge divergence in the answers, as we'll see throughout today. And actually,
so I guess this is physics history. What is the name? He discusses quantum gravity, messy landscape, millennial physics. What's the name of the course? Einstein, that's the name of the course? Einstein, Oppenheimer, Feynman, Physics in the 20th Century, Fall 2020. Okay.
for several class sessions for the term, we use their equations. We still use Maxwell's equations, for example, and a lot of the ideas that Michael Faraday introduced. And yet what they thought those equations meant, what they thought they were describing about how the world is made up, are almost 100 degrees opposite from how we start our investigations today. So even though some parts have remained the same going over these 150 or 200 years in the past, how we make sense of those ideas.
That's maybe the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my entire life. That we are 180 degrees away from the interpretation of Maxwell's equations, from the original intent of the creator of Maxwell's equations. That is, that's basically 180 degrees from being correct. What this guy just said. My God.
Those techniques have gone through a really quite amazing change. So what do you think the world is made of? That's not a kind of static set of answers, and we see pretty dramatic change even over a relatively short span of history. There's another kind of shift that we want to get our heads into, kind of attune ourselves to as well, and that concerns who pursues the study of physics and in what kinds of settings, what institutions. So during the first half of the 19th century, we'll start this class, people who worked on what we would call physics, electricity, magnetism, optics, other phenomena, heat, they also worked on things that we would call not physics, like chemistry or mathematics or astronomy, physiology, even beyond that. For them, this was all kind of one field of study. It was often grouped under the term natural philosophy rather than physics or chemistry or mathematics per se. In fact, the term for a person who studied these things, in English, the term we would call scientist, was actually only invented in 1834. It's remarkably new as far as the English language goes. It was invented after some of the developments we'll actually start talking about today. So even having the job description scientist or the title is actually relatively new, and what these particular kinds of scientists that we would now call physicists, what they thought they should do, again, some pretty broad changes compared to what we're used to today. Not only did they think their job description was different than what we might imagine for ourselves, but where they did the work, in what kinds of settings or institutions, that was also pretty different merely 200 years ago, let alone much further back in human history. So a lot of stuff we'll start by talking about today was not done in schools or universities. They were done in separate institutes or academies, and the key thing is these were not places where students took classes to get degrees. There was a kind of separation between kind of learning institutions. Universities existed throughout many parts of the world, including Western Europe and the United States. Universities existed, but that was not where people were doing what we would call scientific research. In fact, some of the most prominent natural philosophers or leading physicists were not only not professors at universities, some of them had never even attended university themselves. That's true of the first people we'll look at today, Michael Faraday. So there's a big shift toward a kind of placement of this research that would look more familiar, things more like what we expect to see ourselves. That shift begins in the middle of the 19th century, so more like 150 or 107 years ago, rather than 200 years ago or more. There's a shift to where research in fields like physics gets done more often than not by people who are professors in universities who also spend some of the time teaching students, like what we are more used to today. That has a history. It's actually relatively recent, and it emerges really in the middle part of the 19th century. So the overall theme of this very first kind of warm-up for the class is to kind of put ourselves on guard. We shouldn't assume that our current sense of what's expected or normal or familiar, either about how we choose to study the natural world, what concepts we use, let alone how we think we should be pursuing that, what kinds of institutions or job descriptions. We shouldn't expect that what's familiar to us today is just how people did things in the past. And in fact, we'll see some pretty dramatic changes over a relatively short span of time. Let me pause there and ask any questions just on that early kind of warm-up. Anyone have any thoughts or questions about that?
That's so dumb to stop and ask for questions. Like, just tell everyone you can always interrupt because there's never enough questions.
If not, then I'm going to press on.
Or if somebody has a question, then you need to be able to answer right away, not doing questions and answers.
Feel free to jump in on the chat if things come up. Let's talk about this first figure I already mentioned, Michael Faraday. We're going to spend a little time talking about Faraday. I think he's fascinating. So he became one of the most successful, actually one of the most famous natural philosophers in his lifetime, in fact, really of the entire 19th century. He had a pretty remarkable personal story, and I think we'll also see he helps sort of make clear some of the larger social and institutional changes going on as well. He helps us understand his own larger time period. Personally, he had this really kind of inspiring rags to riches story. He was born into a rather poor family. He never attended high school, let alone college or university. He was apprenticed to a bookbinder at age 13. That means he literally left his family, moved in with his main tutor, and was apprenticed in a kind of trade. So in that sense, his career path started out closer to what we might expect of the Renaissance or even the Middle Ages than to the modern period. It was a kind of time still of guilds and of trades associations, and his way to make a living was to learn the kind of manual dexterity skills of being a bookbinder starting early on. He met the very famous chemist or natural philosopher Humphrey Davy when Davy gave a series of public lectures on natural philosophy at the Royal Institution in London. And we'll talk a bit about the Royal Institution. It was not a university. It was a place where research was done and public lectures were given. So Faraday was just mesmerized by Davy's lectures. He actually took very careful notes on these public lectures. Faraday then bound it into a beautiful, very fancy book. And here's how we know he was so smart. He then gave that fancy book to Davy as a gift. And I have a hint here what you can do with that information. He basically bribed his way into a new kind of apprenticeship. Davy was very flattered and impressed by the kind of manual skills, by the dexterity that Faraday had shown. So Davy hired Faraday for basically a new kind of apprenticeship. Faraday had never attended high school or college, but he was trained in mathematical physics, quite the contrary. But Davy figured Faraday could do some new kinds of manual dexterity skills in the laboratory as a laboratory assistant, a kind of continuation of his bookbinder apprenticeship. So that's how Faraday enters what we now call the world of natural philosophy. So years and years go by. They were very closely for a long time. Davy eventually stepped down. He retires, and Faraday, in fact, became his successor, now the director of this Royal Institution in London. So much like I mentioned a few moments ago, Faraday worked on really a kind of mind-boggling array of topics, mind-boggling from our modern point of view, quite kind of familiar to his own contemporaries. So he worked on what we would separately classify as chemistry, optics, electromagnetism, electrolysis, and more. To Faraday, these were all elements of a single unified approach to nature. And he was particularly fascinated, even more than some of his contemporaries, with his interconvertibility of forces. How could electrical effects make physiological effects happen, like using electric shocks to make a frog's leg jump? How could chemical effects be catalyzed by electric currents? So the way that one kind of phenomenon or force could have effects and some others don't. Now, Faraday was partly inspired in this kind of interconvertibility view by his own religious background. Some really very interesting work by a number of historians, biographers of Faraday, who tried to understand why Faraday took this kind of notion even further, even more fervently than many of his own contemporaries. And these other historians make a pretty compelling case. Faraday belonged to a rather small religious minority in England. He was a Protestant, but he was not an Anglican. He was not a member of the official Church of England. He belonged to a small sect called the Sandemanians, Protestant but not Anglican. And the Sandemanians, even more than the kind of standard Church of England at the time, emphasized a kind of underlying unity of all of nature. We're all part of one natural world, and that people and things are somehow connected to each other. That was part of what the Sandemanians themselves kind of believed, and it had a theological import for them. And there's a really interesting parallel, at the very least, in some of the ways that Faraday had explored the natural world. He became a beloved, very successful public lecturer. He continued the tradition Humphrey Davy had done at the Royal Institution, giving these very, very well-attended so-called Christmas lectures. These still continue from the Royal Institution to this day. Faraday would really fill the lecture hall and give these dazzling, spectacular demonstrations of electrical effects and chemical change and all this. That's part of why he became so beloved and well-known in his lifetime. You can't quite see this engraving. It's hard to tell, but this really was the definition of popular. The tickets were not too expensive. That's probably how very young and poor Faraday himself was able to attend as a child.
1 second, I gotta go check on my robot. I'll be right back. Let me see where we're at. 1644.
It wasn't like attending, the fanciest opera performance in high elite London. There was a kind of, there'd be cheap seats. You can see how large the hall was. So they're very nice, fancy seats that is now were expensive, and tickets would go to the affluent and well-to-do. But there really was what we today would call a kind of outreach. There was a real effort to reach across several kind of social and economic classes, not all the way, but broader than only the very elite. And they became a really beloved kind of city institution within London. People would come in from out of town to attend them. It became an annual tradition, and Faraday became especially beloved as a presenter in that tradition. So they really were reaching not only people who had any interest in natural philosophy. It was really the kind of a way of showing a kind of sophistication, and a way for members of the so-called aspiring classes, meaning those who weren't so well to do, to be able to participate in things that they saw the real elites doing. So it really had an interesting social cross-section too. Historians written a lot of this stuff. They really were talked about broadly, covered in the broadsheet newspapers. In this time period, the main mechanisms were largely books. So even scientists, like whom we would call physicists, were mostly writing monographs and sometimes writing short articles for fellow specialists. There were scientific journals, including some of the earliest founded in England, going back to the 1660s, similar ones in other parts of Europe. But the real kind of transfer mechanisms were often through monographs. That's partly why Maxwell's treatise that we'll talk about later today became so widely known and so influential. There were then these lectures. There were also so-called itinerant lecturers, people who made their whole living just giving popular lectures on topics like electricity, town to town. So not just in London, but to the outskirts, and likewise throughout provincial France and other places. So there were kind of popular lectures. In that sense, you can think of it almost like PBS television today, like Nova specials. But for fellow specialists, they were just the start of professional meetings. The British Association of Advancement Science are having annual meetings of the sort that become so familiar with fellow specialists. Sometimes those would be covered in the national newspapers. It was a hodgepodge. Some things would look familiar to us, some things might seem a little more unusual. But Faraday wrote books and books and some articles, for example. And certainly some of these would get into the curriculum for universities. We'll talk more about that actually, especially later today in the next class session. But the way that kind of fellow researchers interact with fellow researchers, it was largely through books, sometimes through journals, and through I'm going to move on. These are great questions. I'll try to answer more than I'll get to as we go further. But I want to get to one of the topics that was really, really...
Yeah, my robot got stuck under my ladder. Now it's free. It didn't even ask to be freed. It didn't even report it. Jesus Christ. All right, 1644. Let me get back to 1644. All right.
That's probably how very young and poor Faraday himself was able to attend as a child. It wasn't like attending, the fanciest opera performance in high elite London.
What was the question?
In his life. You can't quite see them in these very, very well attended so-called Christmas lectures. These still continue theological import for them, and there's a really interesting parallel at the very least.
Very interesting how he was motivated by his religious upbringing. Wow, absolutely mind-boggling. That is what drove him. The unity, the belief of the unity. This is exactly what is driving me. Not religion, but someone has joined the chat. Oh, hello. Are you high?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
Today I am very sober.
That's good. Yes. So, do you remember anything?
I don't tend to get high usually. Yes, I remember everything. I remembered the conversation last night and how it ended with me not telling you I was high.
It's fine. Look,
I do remember what we were talking about. We were talking about climate change again, right?
Yeah. Go ahead. Look, climate change doesn't bother me. If it bothers you, you're welcome to try and transport or teleport or transfer the panic in which you're in into my mind. I'm open. Go ahead. Make me as great Greta Thunberg said, she wants us to panic. Go ahead. Make me panic. Scare me.
So you want me to make you panic? That's not the goal of climate change, though.
No, no, no. Okay. I'm assuming you are panicking, right? About the change of the climate or something. No, you're not panicking?
No, I'm not panicking that much. I believe in its existence, but I don't have to really worry because I already live in the Midwest. So if it were to flood, it would be a bad thing, yes, but I wouldn't be panicking about it.
So why are we talking about it? What's the point?
Because you denied its existence last time that we spoke.
I deny all the hurdles. Even if you convince me that there is warming, you still need to convince me that it's because of green gases, and you need to convince me that it has harmful effects, and you need to convince me that the harmful effects are greater than the beneficial effects. There's going to be many, many hurdles. So it's not only that I don't believe it exists. Even if I believed it existed, I would have been, I'm a proponent of it. So you have so many hurdles before you can make me panic. And then you're telling me that
Yeah, that's not the end goal, though.
I'm not saying it's the end goal. So what is the end goal? Like, if you don't, right, you don't care. You just said that you don't care about global warming. So how are we different? What's the point of having this conversation?
The point of having this conversation is because global warming would be bad, and to believe otherwise would be sort of an absurd belief in my worldview. So that's what we're trying to get to. I think climate change would still be bad, but I wouldn't campaign. I wouldn't freak out over it.
Look, it's either you are panicking about it or we don't disagree about anything. I don't see any other way. So make me panic. Or you're telling me you're not panicking. So like,
That's not my goal.
then I'm not saying about I didn't say what your goal is. I said what is my goal. Obscure, how are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
Fantastic and bombastic. By the way, Obscure, I forgot to mention it. I'm always streaming, so whenever you're on my channel, just be aware that this is live on the YouTubes for all eternity, basically.
Did you stream like day before yesterday?
What?
Did you stream day before yesterday?
Yeah, I streamed when you
When
were
we talked?
yeah, when you were here, I was streaming.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I'm sorry I didn't tell you. I in the beginning I wanted to tell you, and then I said at the end I didn't tell you. Yeah, I always stream.
Gotcha.
Are you comfortable with that, or are you uncomfortable with that?
I mean, I don't really think it makes a difference. You're still gonna keep streaming, right? But no, I'm fine with that.
Okay. Yeah, I'm streaming anyway because
Yeah.
I'm streaming my research. That's the point.
I see.
The point is so that if I make any new discoveries, I can always, and somebody steals it from from my pocket, I have the evidence that I gave. Yeah.
Hey, so you streamed me yesterday saying that I would when I said that I'm gonna steal it and then I'm gonna publish it. You
But
streamed it then.
yes.
So you have evidence against me. That's crazy.
Right. So I thought about it. So what I would say is I would love for you to steal it, publish it, and either way I'll get the credit. But you can also get the credit. I mean, if you're able to publish it, then I'll put your name on it as one of the co contributors or whatever. So you get your
You
name.
have to defend it.
You don't have to defend it. You can defend.
Well, see, in order to publish it, right, I have to go find an advisor, and then I have to show that person that paper.
Yes.
And then if they like it, they send it to my university, and if
Yes.
they like it, they publish it.
Yes. Yes.
It's like two people.
It's a process. It's definitely not unless you're. Yeah. 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 You have to go through a process. You have to be sponsored. You can't just publish nilly-willy. Yeah, like someone from the system who has already published has to publish for you, and that's your entrance into the system. But after that, you can just publish papers. Imagine that. That would look
Do
good.
you have an entrance into the system?
No, I don't. I need help.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, that's why you want to give me the credit if I do it.
Yeah.
I see.
So anyway, yeah, if you, I mean, it is physics, but it's I can teach you my theory, my model, and I can show you how it does not contradict anything in all of modern physics. There's no contradiction. I don't contradict Einstein or anyone else. Basically, I don't contradict modern physics basically at all. So it's just a quantum mechanical it's all about quantum gravity at the end of the day. If you're familiar with the quantum gravity, it's just a quantum mechanical gravitational theory or model. So
yeah, that's the thing. I'm not really familiar with any of that.
So I can teach you. I mean, it's not really complicated, and I don't have a problem teaching you because that's making content, and I'm trying to, make everyone understand this theory.
Okay, I'm done.
Basically, the question, Dr. Alpha, let's switch the discussion. So basically, the question is it's a very simple question. So answer the question: why does the apple fall from the tree to the earth? Why does it do that?
Gravity.
Right. So
is this like a trick question? Do
No.
you not believe in gravity too?
no. So I just finished telling you how
Yeah, it would fall because of gravity. Yeah.
Right. But just to answer the question, so I already told you I do not contradict any physics, any mainstream physics.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't have to worry about me doing any flat Earth theory or other or hollow Earth or the Earth.
Didn't you tell me that the Earth wasn't round?
No, that was somebody else. I would never say
Okay.
that. Unless you're joking, which I suspect you are joking. Anyway, so the question is very simple. So you're saying, oh, it's because of gravity. So gravity is just, those phenomena like the apple falling from the tree to the earth. Like all things fall, and the solar system, all the planets basically fall into the sun, in a roundabout way. They're endlessly falling because they're in an orbit. That's what an orbit is. So gravity is that phenomena or that phenomenon. So the question is, why is there gravity? What is causing gravity? That's the question at the crux of my theory.
Well, why is there gravity? Isn't just because the two objects pull towards each other?
Well, why do they do that? It's not so accurate because. But go ahead.
Well, I don't know why they do it, but I just know they do it.
Well, but that's the question. Why? How do they do it? In other words, so Newton came up with, right? Newton unified falling bodies on Earth and celestial mechanics. The fact that the planets orbit the sun. And he said it's the same reason. It's gravity. Gravity explains why the apple falls from the tree to the earth, and gravity also explains why the moon is orbiting the earth. It's gravity. But Newton also said that we cannot believe that the force of gravity is mediated over a vacuum. That's basically magic. That's magical. So Newton believed there has to be a local explanation. Like the, the, it's impossible for me to remotely do something to you. And by me saying that the Earth is somehow causing the moon to stay in orbit over a vacuum, that's like me saying I can remotely manipulate things on your table. It's like extrasensory perception. It's magic. It's magical thinking. It's abhorrent to the intellectual mind. So, therefore, I will pose the question once again. What do you think causes gravity? Or let me ask it, maybe I'll lead you on. So, or maybe I will ask you a leading question. What do you think is mediating the force of gravity? What could be mediating the force of gravity?
I don't know. I'd assume like the mass of the object, right?
The mass of the object, the mass of the attractor. So the Earth is attracting the moon. So the mass of the Earth is relevant. Yes, it's relevant. Somehow it has to fit into your theory, because I'm also, as we know, I'm also attracting things towards me right now, but my gravitational pull is super weak. The Earth's gravitational pull is huge. So it seems to be that massive, like the moon, on the moon, we know astronauts weigh 1/6. But on Jupiter, they would weigh much more. So we know that the mass of the attractor we know the equation. We know Newton's equation. We know that the mass, right, the force of gravity is equal to Gmm over r squared. We know the equation. But what causes this? What is the cause of this? So right now I'm feeling a force on my tushy. My tushy is being smushed into my chair. So something is causing me to be sucked into the ground. What could that be? So that is what all my papers basically are about.
That's cool.
What?
That's cool.
Right. So do you want to try and come up with an explanation? What could be mediating? It's basically quantum gravity. So when we say mediating, like we know that the magnets on your fridge, they stick to your fridge. We know how that is mediated. That is mediated through quantum mechanics, something that we call gauge boson theory, or gauge theory, or gauge symmetry, or whatever. It's photons. So actually the magnets stick to the fridge because photons are being exchanged between the magnet and the fridge, and because they're being exchanged, the magnet sticks to the fridge. And we know that light is mediated. Light itself is photons. So the mediator of light, it's not a force, but light has a force. But anyway, so different things in the universe, or in quantum mechanics, or in the world, or in physics, are always mediated by particles, by particle exchange, by boson exchange. Like two electrons, they repel each other because one throws an electron at the other, a photon at the other. So when one throws a photon away, he gets repelled. And when the other electron receives the same photon, she gets repelled. So the two electrons repel each other just by exchanging a photon between each other. And every phenomenon in the universe is explained through this gauge theory, through particle exchange. So the question is, but no one has figured out how gravity is mediated through quantum some no one has an answer. So anyway, I don't want to. So you can read my paper or ask me questions because I don't want to just give a speech because you might die in the process. Okay, Obscure, are you still alive?
Yeah.
Do you have any questions? Do you want to pose a theory, a quantum theory, or do you want to talk about
No, I think I need to read about this by myself first
Okay.
before I make you explain things.
Okay. Do you want to talk about
Is
climate?
this,
Yeah, go ahead. Because
do I want to talk about the climate?
you want to talk about the climate?
No, is that what made you ask me that?
No, Dr. Alpha and I have an ongoing debate about the climate. The
Oh, I see.
climate change. Do you believe in the climate changing?
Yeah.
Really? So you don't vote for Trump? Oh my God.
I don't vote for anybody.
You're not gonna vote for Kamala?
Nope. I'm not an American citizen. I just live there.
Oh, you're Canadian?
No.
But your English is perfect. So what's going on? What else can you be?
I don't know. I know. I don't know if you remember a deal. I'll tell you when you tell me.
I remember the deal. I'm not yet completely
Okay.
senile.
Okay.
All
Just
right.
make sure.
Okay, so does anybody want to talk about the climate change, or do you have some other topic you want to debate? No topic for debate. Do you
I'm
believe
looking at your propositions currently.
Oh, that's good. Yeah.
Correct.
My propositions. My propositions.
Deductio ad absurdum is not an argument.
Obscure, here's the link on the side chat, the link to my debate propositions.
So
Reductive.
that's everything I can debate with you.
Well, that's the I mean the latest stuff is not on the list. It's like mostly physics, quantum mechanics, and stuff. Special general relativity.
Why do you think that is the vegan's favorite way to win an argument is through reductio ad absurdums?
I mean, because at the time I used to debate vegans a lot, and it just came up again and again that they set you up to win that way. That's like because they can't really win. So they basically fake winning. They just ask you if it's okay to eat humans, and if you say it's okay to eat
Yeah,
humans,
the
then
name the trait argument. Yeah, I don't like that one.
oh yeah, I can teach you how to defeat name the trait, but that's not the problem. The problem is that they ask you questions about Nazis and about graping and about children and
Hmm
and they just make you look bad because the topic they choose is bad. So it doesn't matter like you um, they just make you look bad, and then they say, oh, you see, if you become a not if you're not a vegan, then you must become this terrible person who says that fill in the blank, whatever you might say that you're okay with that, whatever. So they just make you look ridiculous, which is not an argument. Claiming that I am ridiculous is not an argument. That's like
hmm
I could claim that 1 + 1 is 2 is ridiculous. Like, what does that mean? Ridiculous? What? Because it's not a popular opinion. That is what makes that's basically ridiculous. So it's just appeal to ad populum and stuff.
Vegan teacher is a terrorist.
Yes.
Same with
Who's
vegan gains.
Who's George Soros?
You don't know George Soros? He's like
Mm.
he's an actual Nazi. An actual like an admitted Nazi. When he was 14, he became a Nazi. He joined the Nazi youth or something. He was in Germany, whatever, and he was an actual Nazi. So he's an actual admitted Nazi and an extreme leftist and just a terrible person.
He was born to a Jewish family.
Yeah, George Soros, like a lot of Jews are terrible people. It's like a lot, like Karl Marx was Jewish. So a lot of communists were and are Jews. Oh, yeah. Being Jewish doesn't make you righteous, doesn't make you terrible. Hello, divine. Like, yeah, he happens to be.
1 + 1 is not a true statement. Math and logic are just social constructs. Do you still hold that position?
Of course. Yeah, I don't think I've.
What? So you think logic is a social construct?
Yeah, of course.
Why do you think logic is a social construct?
It's logic is basically, logic. Let's say you express logic in English, right? So
Yeah, I
English
guess.
and English, you would agree, is just a social construct, right? It evolved side by side along with humanity.
Well, yeah, that's just our interpretation of logic. Like, if all of the humans disappeared from our world, logic would still function within this world.
That doesn't mean anything. I don't even know what that means. I don't know what it
So
means.
logic is just we just interpret logic in a certain way. Same how we interpret math in a certain way. Like 1 + 1 = 2 is just a representation of how we interpret numbers in mathematics, which are objective constructs. It's just the way we interpret them is not objective.
No. Prove to me that the number 1 objectively exists.
I can't, because that's just an interpretation of logic, and we don't have or not logic, of mathematics and numbers. I don't know if it's called the number 1 in mathematics or numbers.
What's your
Because
evidence?
that's just our English interpretation of it.
What's your evidence that truth exists? What's your evidence?
True?
Yes.
Because logically, what was this? I'm not sure which law of logic it is, but P = P.
That's an assertion.
And if P does not equal P, then make it a false statement. So there's obviously truth and false according to logic, which is an objective metric, which there's plenty of evidence for logic being objective.
Namely, what's your evidence for what's your evidence for truth existing? I didn't get that.
I'm trying to look up what is the law of logic. Ugh. That says P.
Divine, how are you? Oh, she's muted. Does he mean with number 13 with the woke mind and the Salem witch trials? I am ALR. What is ALR?
All right.
Oh, okay. ALR. I'm ALR. It's like SMR. ASMR. ASMR? What is that? The sleeping thing? ASMR?
Do you know what ASMR stands for?
No. I don't know all these acronyms. So the Salem witch trials were not organic. They were not witch trials ever. It was just 2 clans that used the fake claim of witchcraft. It was the prosecutor and the sheriff basically who wanted to steal people's homes. So they just conjured up this witchcraft and basically threatened anyone who didn't join in on their conspiracy that they'll accuse them and execute them. And they did execute people one by one. So everybody joined in on the conspiracy, and they ended up just stealing a bunch of homes, which they never gave back. After the whole thing blew up, they never gave back the homes. They kept the property. So it was completely
How do
fake.
you know this?
Oh, somebody wrote a book about it, and I listened to his podcast a bunch of times. So I usually don't read books; I just listen to the podcast. So he actually did the
So you're,
research.
so you're telling me that it wasn't mass hysteria?
It wasn't organic. No, it was not. Wait, did I write in the proposition that it was mass hysteria?
I'm asking you if you think it's
No,
mass
it sounds
hysteria.
no, it was not organic. I mean, it sounds like it was, perpetrated with intent. It was just a conspiracy, and it worked really well. And what are you going to do against it? Like when people conspire, when a sheriff and a prosecutor conspire to do something like this, it's it's basically, you see, it's impossible to stop them. There has been cases of mass hysteria that seem to have been organic, like in the 1990s. Elderly kindergarten teachers were accused of witchcraft in the U.S. in the 1990s. Some of you are alive back then. Here, let me show you. You're gonna see this. You're gonna lose your mind. You're gonna lose your shite. It's called the kindergarten. The witch kindergarten teachers accused of Satan worshiping. Satan worship. It was that was mass hysteria, and no one goes back to clean up, to tell us, yeah, everybody made a mistake, and everybody. Anatomy of a Panic. That was a real panic that I only heard about like many years after, and when I tell this to people, no one knows about it. Like we didn't go back to clear anyone's name. No one's name was cleared. Just craziness. Just craziness. It was anyway, you need to listen to this video, and then we can discuss it.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, there's been actual panics, but I don't think the Salem witch trials. Let me see about the Salem witch trials. I mean, global warming it seems to be an organic panic, probably sponsored by Putin himself. He's probably a mastermind of the climate change.
I have a
nonsense.
question for you. Why is taking a phone away from a child as punishment child abuse?
How would you feel if somebody took away your phone?
Yeah, but the child
Feel
did
like
something bad.
Wait, what? What bad?
Yeah, Noah, I'm gonna just unmute because that's. What do you think? What do you think then is a good punishment for a child? Let's say your child did something online that they're not supposed to. Like, for example, talk with somebody who's much older than them. Would you not take away the phone to stop them from doing that?
No,
Why not?
because that would be child abuse.
No, there's a difference between child abuse and punishment. Child abuse is physically or emotionally harming a child. You're not physically or emotionally harming a child if you're taking away a phone as a punishment. Taking away a phone as a punishment for my generation and the generation lower than me is much more better than even physical abuse, because if once you take away the phone, if they did something online, then they will learn not to do it again. Or if they did something to the extreme, like for example, bully somebody extremely hard online, then they would learn that you take away their phone, that you get angry at them, and that they would learn that that's something wrong. But if you don't take away, if you just scold them, they're going to continue doing it because then they don't learn about their actions.
I think exactly the opposite of everything you said. So I think that by punishing, you're distancing the child from you justly. If I were your child, I would immediately run away or want to run away and have nothing to do with you for the rest of my life.
Yeah, because children, I'm a child myself included, we have stupid minds. The moment a parent is punishing us, they're also doing it because they care. They want us to learn our mistakes. And and children that normally they don't accept that because they think, oh, I don't want it taken away, or oh, and then they get angry. It's because of anger. It's not because of anything else. And I find it a bit silly that you think taking away a child's phone is punishment. What do you think then is a good punishment for a child?
Well, in general, I think that punishing a child is child abuse. In general.
How would you then
Sorry,
learn them for their mistake?
how would you teach a child from what is right and what is wrong, and especially when they do something that they do know is wrong and they still do it?
Look, I would I would never use the terms right and wrong. Uh, so if a child does something, look, if I want a child to do something, that I will enter negotiations with the child. Like children that I'm
You can't negotiate with a child, especially a child under the age of 10 or under the age of 13.
I can
Their
negotiate.
mind, their, no, their minds aren't fully capable yet of going through that, because the only thing they'll think is to get out of the punishment because they want to think they're right and they want to think all of this and that. But you can't negotiate with a child on that age because you're the parent. You have to set the boundaries. You have to set them. You have to learn them that things are wrong and things are right. You can't do this and you can't do that. And then sometimes that does include punishment. I don't agree with a lot of things about punishment, but I do agree with taking away a phone. Personally, my phone has never been taken away once, and I listened in. So I think taking away a phone is normal punishment for if your child does something online that they're not supposed to, or if your child does something extremely bad. Like, for example, what if your child steals? Would you then not want to try and take away the thing that they like? Because most children in this generation that's now coming on, they like their electronics, they like the iPad, they like their everything. So would you not want to take away the thing so that they can try to learn their lesson, that they can think of, oh, if I haven't done this, then my dad or my mom wouldn't have taken this away, and oh, maybe I should next time not do this, so then this won't get taken away.
So wait,
I
divine.
also want to add on to that and say that I think a phone is a privilege, not a right for a child.
Exactly.
Okay, so we need to slow down. So okay, obviously I disagree with everything you people are saying. So let's slow down. Let's maybe start from the last thing about the privilege. So I don't know what that means. So look, all I'm saying is that I would always, the first thing I do with anyone that I'm involved with is I teach them that everything we can negotiate. Everything, literally everything, is open to negotiations. So whatever you want from me, we can negotiate. Whatever I want from you should be open to negotiation. Maybe the price is high, maybe the price is whatever, but we can negotiate. So even a
What would
punishment.
you do?
What?
I have a question.
Yeah.
What would you do if, let's say example, your child got expelled? You get called, your child bullied a kid so hard that they broke their nose. What would you do?
I mean, the fact that it came to that, so that's my fault. I mean, if a child is under my care, I teach them to not do these things, but I teach them through, because I care for them. I teach them because I want to tell them what's good for them. I let them know, listen, you're gonna bully, they're gonna throw you out, you're gonna end up in jail, you're gonna get murdered in jail, and that's it. You might as well kill yourself now. I mean, if you're not enjoying your life,
Why would you tell a child to kill themselves? I'm sorry. I think that's more of a scare tactic than parenting, because telling a child that I say anywhere under the age of 14 is bad, because they're just scaring the child, and scaring a child isn't good. I'd say putting a fear into the child instead of punishing them and trying to make them learn about their mistakes, it could be actually classified as abuse, because scaring a child to some extent that they could think of, oh, I could maybe go to prison and I could die, and my dad just told me, oh, maybe I should just end my life then. That is a scare tactic, and that some people could classify as abuse.
I don't care. So as I was saying, so I explained to a child reality that, if I'll just repeat the steps. So listen, if you abuse somebody else, they'll throw you out. You end up one way or the other. You're gonna end up in jail. In jail, you're gonna get murdered. So if you want to get murdered, why don't you can take a shortcut and kill yourself now, if that's what you want. If you're not enjoying your life that much, however, if you are enjoying your life, then we need to find ways. You need to find a way. You need to figure out. We can discuss it. We can, whatever. I mean, if you feel you did the right thing by bullying that kid, let's talk about it. In general, I'm against bullying. I'm against bullying. Like whatever happens, it shouldn't get to it. Like if you find yourself in a situation that you end up having to bully or having to use physical violence, I mean that's like in an emergency. I can understand that, but in general, like
not in an emergency. Bullying happens a lot. It's because most of the time bullying now is because a kid feels stronger, and it's also because a lot of time kids are more insecure than kids are a lot insecure. So then the moment they know they're stronger than somebody else, they tend to take it out on them. It's not an emergency thing. A lot of kids get beaten up from bullying.
look, I'm saying, like, if a child under my supervision ends up bullying, that's my problem. Like, I did something wrong. I didn't properly explain things to them, and that
Yes, because you're not you're not making your child think of the consequences when they're doing something like bullying. If you're I don't agree with what you're saying from negotiating with a child, because your children can also be very smart with things. If you keep on negotiating with your child and they keep disagreeing from, oh, this and that, they won't learn from their mistakes. And instead what you're doing is you're just talking. You're not learning them anything. Personally, I would get called to school and my child would have beaten somebody and had them gotten broken nose, phone would be gone for a week. No Wi-Fi. You can't play outside. You have to do chores, because then they would learn from, oh, because I bullied this kid so bad that he broke his nose. And all of this, my mom's angry at me. My mom's disappointed in me that I bullied a child, somebody of my age. And then I would also come and I would also speak to that child from, why are you doing this? You shouldn't do this. Reason why you're being punished is because you've done this. And if you do it again, these regulations for your punishment will come again. And I think that's much better than trying to negotiate with a child, because that child can think, oh, if I just keep saying, all right, dad, and I keep just listening to his crap, and I can do it the next time, and he wouldn't care. Because if you don't let your children think of the consequences of their actions, then oftentimes they will become reckless.
look, we don't disagree. I don't see the disagreement, but look. So, I mean, the question is, what happened? I mean, I keep saying, if it ended up happening that a child under my supervision misbehaved, then I must have done something wrong along the way. So telling me, like, starting from such a scenario, that's a very hard question. I don't know. Like,
No, it isn't. It isn't.
look,
Uh,
you might as well ask me your child committed mass murder.
no, that's
You
two different things.
No, it's not.
Having a
No.
no having a child bully somebody isn't such a rare thing. I hope you know. When I was in I don't know what's under high school for you guys. When I was like 8, 9, 10, something like that, I used to be a big bully because I'm very tall for a girl and I'm very strong. So I used to bully a lot of kids at my school because I could, and because I was strong,
Hmm.
and because I felt insecure, and I probably felt insecure about that. And when my dad found out, he punished me, and then instead of negotiating, he wanted to know why. He didn't just say, "Oh, let's negotiate and this and that." He it's not that he did something wrong. It's the reason I did something wrong. I bullied that kid, but then I learned the consequences of bullying, that I got a punishment. It's not a big thing. Like, you can't compare it to mass murder. It's a thing that can happen a lot with children. If your children think they're stronger than somebody, if your children kind of think, "Oh, I'm better, I can do this and this and this," or if your child, let's say, has a lot of friends and they don't like a kid, they can easily bully the hell out of them. It's not a rare thing, especially in these days. It's really not that rare.
Okay, I don't see where we disagree. You keep
And we
present.
dis- we dis no, we disagree because you think taking a child's phone away is abuse. And I
We
just find that so strange because it isn't
we
abuse. It's punishment. I
we
agree. My thing with abuse is verbal abuse and physical abuse,
wait,
and
divine,
scare tactics are abuse. Not taking a child's phone away is abuse. It's a
divine.
privilege. It's something
Di-
you're given.
Wait, divine. You keep cutting me off. You never let me finish more than
I do let you finish, but the thing is, I don't understand your topics because you like the time before. You say we agree while we don't. I don't agree at all with what you're saying.
Okay, so hold on.
And you keep saying that we agree while we don't.
You don't.
And now you were trying to interrupt me because I wasn't finished.
But
So you
divine, you don't let me finish, and I always let you
you
finish.
don't finish. That's how you're sounding right now. I do let you finish, but you were trying to talk before me, and I was still busy.
But
And
divine,
the reason why I'm not letting you talk sometimes is because sometimes the things you say are just downright crazy. I can't let somebody completely finish with what they're saying. Is because it's insane.
divine, stop.
Why
You're so
what
funny.
the fuck is this man trying?
Oh my god, you're so funny.
Schizo laugh.
Divine, stop. Stop misbehaving. Look, you want to talk?
Ew, don't say that. That's disgusting.
What do you mean?
Sounds wrong. Don't say that.
Sounds what?
Stop misbehaving. That sounds wrong. Don't say that.
What do you want me to say? I mean, like what's an? Give me an alternative word. What's your alternative terminology that you would?
Anything except that. I mean, it sounds wrong. So
Fine.
just don't say it. Just don't say it.
D- Give me the alternative.
Why do I have to give you an alternative? You can think of multiple different things yourself. You're a grown ass man.
Divine, either give me the alternative or you leave me no choice but to use what you find offensive. Give me the
I don't
alternative.
find it offensive. I find it weird.
Look, it's up to you. Either give me an alternative that you accept or I'll use whatever I find comfortable or convenient. So you have to give me an alternative.
Why aren't you trying to make this a thing? Well, I said to stop using something, and now you're trying to make it from giving you an alternative. You can think of an alternative yourself. You're a grown ass man who can think for himself.
I don't know what to do with you, Divine. You're being difficult. You're difficult to have a conversation with.
I think your debate. I think anything from what you agree on is difficult to believe because I don't. It's difficult because I'm looking at all of these debate propositions and it's I don't get it. Why do you actually believe that taking a child's phone away is abuse? The Salem witch trials,
Well,
and wait, schooling is including homeschooling, child abuse. What? Science is a scam. The education system is a scam. Humans are biological robots. Spanish will never happen. I am sorry, but I don't get you. I don't get your points because there's a lot of, because most of these things, I do agree that the school system isn't a good thing, but like the Spanish flu, it did happen, and I just don't get it because you keep having these topics, and then I try to talk with you about it, and I am letting you finish, but then when you try to talk in and you're laughing like I'm talking a whole load of shit or I'm being stupid right now, which is rude. So you should probably learn from your own actions. I just don't get it. I'm sorry. Sheep, you should probably say something because I'm getting pissed off at this man. Oh my god. Just continue with Sheep. I'm just gonna listen in.
okay. Anyway, Dr. Alpha, what do you want to talk about?
Looking at the propositions currently,
Which proposition? Because, like, we can discuss any proposition. I mean, I'd rather do physics, but fine, we can do any proposition.
why do you think child labor should be legal?
I mean, child labor is just, you need to allow children freedom. I mean, if a child wants to go to work instead of school, that's the child's choice.
But can they choose? Like, do they have the ability to make decisions like that?
Ask them. If a child, as soon as a child says something, you have to treat the child like an adult. A
You
child is
can't because
Okay,
it's
so if an adult were to go, over to a child and ask him out on a date, would that be morally permissible?
so
Because
there's
you're treating the child as an adult.
so that's a great question. Unfortunately, we cannot have that discussion because I have had my life threatened just because I had this discussion. So we cannot have
we're
this
not gonna
discussion.
threaten your life. Answer
Yeah,
the
we're not
question.
going
What the fuck?
We are live on YouTube, and I've had people threaten my life. So I don't want to be murdered. I'd rather
I don't think
live.
there's a lot of people. I don't think there's a lot of people watching. So
Well,
I don't think it's a big. I don't think it's a big thing. So I don't think a lot of people are watching. So yeah, there's one person watching. So
yeah.
why don't you want to answer something about something like that? I mean, it's a bit weird. Why don't you want to answer a question like that?
I
Do you
just
think that's okay that children date adults?
if you keep talking about that, I will ban you. So I have to warn you, but I'm sorry. You have to stop.
All right,
Then we
I
can't
know,
discuss
I
that
know.
proposition.
I
All right, then.
I explained to you that it's too dangerous, and if you're basically you want my life to be threatened, so I'll just have to ban you. We can talk.
I don't want your life to be threatened. I just think it's weird why you don't want to answer a question about a serious topic.
Yeah, I explained to you, and I'm about to click the
You
button.
want you
I'm
you
about.
have things about like serious topics from history,
Mm-hmm,
about serious topics from climate change and all these kinds of things.
mm-hmm,
And now we're talking about a different topic.
mm-hmm.
And you don't want to answer that because you think because your life will be threatened. Why would your life be threatened if you just have an idea about it? If you have like a normal idea, which is I hope you have like a legal stance in this, and your life wouldn't be threatened. There
Um,
are a lot of like pedophiles that are going to attack you online because you think that children shouldn't go out with adults.
mm-hmm. If you continue talking, I will ban you. So move to a different topic, or
All right, she moved to a different topic, I guess.
Okay, we're gonna talk about forcing children to share their toys is evil. Why do you think that?
that's basically communism. I mean, why is communism evil? Communism. I mean, communism.
It's not communism. It's
It's
just
lit.
sharing your toys temporarily.
That's literally Well, if you're look, if a child negotiates sharing, that's fine. That once you give a child a toy, if you gift a child a toy, you cannot ungift the toy. Ungifting is theft. And child can go to the police, file a complaint, and that's theft. So either you gift it or you don't gift it. And if you don't gift it,
So
then
gifting it would be communism?
if you're not gifting, if you're telling the child that this toy is some communal property, that's communism, and we know where communism ends. Communism ends in North Korea. So
Can I
So you
ask?
think
Oh,
this
sorry.
child will have this idea about what North Korea should be like because he shared his toys with one of his friends?
no, if the child chooses to share a toy with a friend, that's fine. That's basically capitalism, because usually the child would negotiate the sharing. And that's basically barter. So that's fine. But if you
Oh,
Mhm.
what about if the child comes from a poor family and has to share it with his siblings?
that's evil. That's communal property. That's North Korea.
How is it evil?
Look. So we can.
So you think it's going to end up like North Korea, or a family hierarchical structure is not going to end up like a national government because it's on two different levels. Same way that we can't really compare my family to like North Korea because North Korea functions in a very different way. They have to be much more concerned about a bunch of other things.
So what if, let's say, there's two brothers, and one is really mean to the other, but since all toys are communal, so basically you're never punishing the bad child, or right, because you're never taking the toy away from the bad child, for example.
Wait, can you
I
can
don't
you
think that
re
follows.
can you can you say it again, because I don't get it? Are you saying that that you should give the child the brother who's nicer, the toys, or I don't understand it, because you said,
So
because
in
you talk about
so
communal and then you said nothing and then you began again.
oh, look, maybe I'll restart. But before that, Hover Givenchy, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I don't see how like what you mean. If something is communal and it's not and each person isn't getting an opportunity to use the thing that's communal, then like someone's hogging the thing. Like you're gonna have to have some system of managing the usage of the thing, right? Like
Right. Which is the beginning of of North Korea. You have to
no, that's
manage.
not related to North Korea. Like one is
Anyway,
a dictator. Sorry, go on.
right. Yeah, and you have to be a dictator. You like in capitalism, in free markets. So I wouldn't just gift a child a toy. So a child would negotiate the toy, let's say for chores. So the child did chores and earned the toy through negotiations. Let's say empty the dishwasher 10 times for some drone for, I don't know, $100.
Can I ask you something?
Yes.
Would you give children something for like their birthday then? Or would that have to be negotiated too?
Everything must be negotiated. No free.
Even for
Yeah,
their birthday?
I'm a capitalist. Yeah. Yeah, if they want to celebrate a birthday party, they have to earn it. Yes, definitely.
Why are they
Everything.
getting $100 for emptying the dishwasher? That's the question I have. Like, I mean,
Well,
is
that's
there a minimum wage? I
there's
don't understand. Like,
there's negotiation. So I need to get the dishwasher emptied, and
okay,
it's either I do it or I pay someone to do it, like an actual cleaning lady. A cleaning lady, that would be probably much more expensive than a child. Child labor is usually cheaper. So it's better to negotiate to pay your child than to hire someone. If
And
you
what if your child doesn't want to do it?
there's no such thing. There's like then you raise the price. It's what right? You negotiate the price.
but sometimes people just won't do the thing unless
Chil-
the price is some other thing. Like, I mean, you have to be
children,
able to like.
children mostly don't want to do chores, and negotiating won't help. It won't help a child from making them do their chores.
Okay, that's a
You know,
violation of rationality, which I assume rationality. So I assume all creatures are rational, and you can negotiate.
or
You can
do you
actually
believe it?
what?
Oh, sorry. Forgive me. No, continue.
You can actually negotiate with an amoeba. You can negotiate with an insect. You can negotiate with a puppy. And of course you can negotiate with a child. You can negotiate with any creature. You can negotiate, I don't know, with an AI, but
I don't know how
basically
you're defining negotiate here because, like,
Yeah,
an amoeba doesn't have a mind that I'm aware of, right? They don't have a consciousness. I don't know. Like,
one
maybe I'm
second.
not to,
misunderstanding what you mean by negotiate.
and
You
not to
can
mention a child. Oh, sorry. Or do
no
you want to go?
yeah,
Oh,
you
all
can
right.
speak, it's fine.
Not to mention a child can, let's say a 3-year-old child doesn't have the brain functionality yet to understand the negotiation.
No, so I can negotiate with an amoeba. So like let's say I want an amoeba to move to the north in the petri dish or in the under the microscope. So I would place food to the north of the amoeba and it will move towards the food. If I want an insect, if I want to move the insect to the north, I would place food to the north of the insect. If I want a puppy to roll over, I would, say roll over, help it roll over a little bit and give it, very quickly puppies learn. And the same goes for children. Whatever you want, you negotiate. They very quickly learn that when you negotiate, your word is steel, and whatever we close in negotiations, that's a deal. We can always reopen and renegotiate, but that's only if both parties agree to renegotiate. But other than that, for them, like once we shake hands, that's a signed contract. So when they learn the power of the contract and the power of negotiation, then they love it. It's a convenience for everyone. And then you can
Oh,
like if go ahead.
oh, what if a child then doesn't, let's say, he doesn't agree to what you negotiated? Let's say you negotiated that he does the dishes every Saturday, but he doesn't do it anymore.
No, usually I usually right. So if you find out that ongoing contracts, I mean, you just so you always have things to negotiate. The trick is to always negotiate, always negotiate. Everything should be negotiated.
You didn't answer my question.
So fine, he breached a contract. Then the next day he comes to you and he says, "I want to eat lunch." Then the answer is, "Well, I want you to do the dishes or whatever we agreed on." It's very nice that you want. I also want. We have agreements. You have to abide. Otherwise, I don't abide. But it usually
So you,
doesn't. It usually doesn't get to places like that because they agreed, and they can say, it's too hard. I negotiated too low of a price. Can we please renegotiate? And I would say, okay, but then I need to get something for renegotiating. So let's negotiate renegotiating. and they become little business people, and it's great. And they learn business from a very very young age, and it all makes perfect sense.
Oh, sorry, but do you not understand the mind of how a child works?
Well, I have experience. I've done it.
How do you have experience? Are you a parent?
I don't discuss my personal life, but I have experience.
I'm going to assume you're a parent then.
Hmm?
And I'd hope you're not, because if you're trying to negotiate with a child about doing dishes, and then you're comparing it to when a child says they're hungry and says, "Oh, but you didn't do that," that's punishment. That's not negotiation. That's not continuing of negotiation. And children's minds are fully capable of negotiating completely until they're at least above the age of 10.
Look, as I said, you're saying things that simply don't happen. So if they say,
I do.
no, look, fine, then I just explained to you how to avoid it so that it doesn't happen.
Yeah, but the thing is, how you explain it, that doesn't happen.
Okay, look,
You can't negotiate with a child after you try to tell them to do something and then they don't do it. You can't negotiate something. You can't negotiate then. Of, let's say, for example, what you just said with lunch, or those kinds of things. That's not. You can't do that with a child. A child isn't their child's brain isn't completely functional in order to make those decisions.
As I said, so it shouldn't get to that. So in general, if they like if you see they're not abiding by the conditions of the agreement that they shook hands on, then you let them know, and they usually the response is, yeah, like, it's not enough, you're not paying me enough to do that job, and I quit the job. And then I have no choice but to renegotiate. So like if they go on strike, then I need to renegotiate. I need to give them better incentives. I need to make sure that they want to to do what I want. Right? It's a win. Hmm?
But wouldn't you then agree that you're teaching your child to then he could learn from, oh, I can just negotiate everything in my life.
Exactly.
And if I don't want to do something, I can just try to talk myself out of it.
That's exactly the opposite. Negotiate is
No,
exactly.
that is what you're talking about, because you're saying to that child from, you're saying, oh, I don't want to do this because what you negotiate is too low for me, and then you're trying to negotiate higher so that your child does do it, and then try to see it. Wouldn't you then, instead of just skipping the negotiations, saying you have to do this or else there would be consequences to your actions, as for example, no TV for a week?
That's no.
Would that be better than trying to negotiate with a child, and then he thinks later in the future, oh, I can just talk my way out of everything?
Okay, so that's North Korea. You see how very quickly you devolve into extreme punishment.
North Korea?
Yes, you're devolving
It's not
into
North Korea though. North Korea
yes,
sentenced
it
them
is.
to death.
Fine, whatever.
And then a generation after
Whatever.
generation has to be enslaved.
Fine, you're degenerating into punishments, and I basically I avoid punishments at all costs. So for me, when you look, you can negotiate a punishment. That's fine, but
Yeah. Hold up.
Hover Givinci, what say you?
Well, I think that Divine has stopped talking because they're being horribly punished. Okay, they're oppressed under a very oppressive regime right now, and that's probably why they have to mute themselves. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So you just don't believe in punishment. You just believe punishment leads to North Korea.
No, I'm not saying punishment leads to North Korea. Punishment is basically North Korea. So
okay, so then our capitalist system is identical to North Korea because we punish people that do things wrong, like convicted felons. They're going to do something wrong and they're going to have some sort of sentencing, and that would be considered a punishment. So is the United States equivalent to North Korea?
Yes, in that respect, yes.
So you're saying the United States is equivalent to North Korea?
Yes, in that respect, yes. So there's many things in which the United States is communistic or socialistic. The whatever is communal, like the justice system, government agencies in general, and government bureaucracies and government branches, those are communal, and that's basically where you see evil. That's basically where you see North Korea in the United States.
I'm back.
Hey, nothing should be communal. Everything should be privatized.
I'm confused how. Sorry, Paul.
You go.
I was saying I'm confused how having certain things as communal makes everything bad, right? Like, I mean, like,
Bad is relative to good. So if there is an alternative to what you're offering that is better, yet you choose the worse, that's evil. Evil is
sure.
right. So, and that's punishment. When you punish a child, when I'm offering you an alternative where there is no punishment and everything is negotiated out of free will, and you still choose the path in which you end up having to punish your child, then you're evil. No, I've no that, and that's child abuse. Right? Everything I said we negotiate, and the first thing Divine said is you should punish the child. Like I keep saying, I'm trying to avoid punishment, and she said, no, I have an alternative. Just punish the child. That's evil.
Yes, but how is that evil? It's teaching a child. It's teaching a child about consequences, and it's a difference between punishing. And there's a difference between, like I said, a normal punishment, like not being able to watch TV for a week, to physical and mental abuse, and making a child not being able to watch TV for a week, that will teach a child to learn about its consequences instead of trying being able to negotiate with that child, because that child is young, is stupid, and he's not going to be able to completely understand it, and then he's going to think something else about it. You're saying one thing in his ear, and then he's going to pick out the things that he likes to hear.
As I said, that's child abuse. You can see how quickly you devolve into an abuser. You are calling a child.
How?
Yes, you're calling a child stupid, and immediately you resort to punishment. Where I'm considering an amoeba to be smart, and every
children are stupid. Children are stupid.
I think the issue is adults are also stupid, right? And we don't really punish them when they don't do what we want.
Yeah, but I mean, I find it interesting because children are stupid. I'm a child. I'm stupid. I don't know the best. That's why I have my parent. And once I do something that I don't know the consequences of, he then learns me about those consequences. Maybe I get punished for it. Maybe I don't. But I need to still learn about those consequences, and that isn't abuse. Abuse is that you physically harm a child, you scare a child, you threaten a child. That is abuse.
Abuse is if I give you two alternatives to accomplish the same job. One includes free will and negotiations. The other one is punishment, one-way punishment, and you choose the one-way punishment instead of the two-way equal footing, equal grounds negotiations. You choose child abuse. That's evil.
Children aren't
negotiate with a 4-year-old. 4-year-olds can barely put together 3 sentences. How can he negotiate with them?
I could see you negotiating with somebody above the age of 10, because then they could understand the negotiation. But below that, you can't negotiate with a child. If I were to try and negotiate with my little brother from, do you want to eat? From his dinner, and he doesn't want to eat, and then I try to negotiate with him, and he still doesn't eat. That won't work. Instead, I can tell him if you don't eat, you can't watch tablets. After that, he will eat, because he knows the consequences of if he doesn't eat. And I'm trying to teach him to eat then, and I know better than him because I'm older and I know more.
So
adults are also stupid, but children's brains aren't fully functional yet, and you can't negotiate with a child for a lot of things. I can agree you can negotiate with children, but you can't negotiate always with them. Negotiation isn't a thing that should be completely. You can take negotiation also into punishment. Let's say, for example, your child did something and you disapprove of it. You can punish that child from saying, "Oh, you have to sleep at 6 now because I don't like this." But then they can negotiate. Let's say a week later, from, "Oh, we can. Okay, you can sleep now at a later time than you'd like, but then you have to do this so that you can still learn from your punishment." I can see that with a negotiation from somebody who's above the age of 10, but I don't. But there's, from what you're saying, keep negotiating. You can't do that with children, even with children from my age. I mean, you can't
Divine,
negotiate with children.
Divine. Look, there's no real disagreement. So you agree that from 10, yes, you agree that from 10 it's possible to negotiate. I think you can negotiate with an amoeba, so and a puppy. There is no problem to negotiate with every and any creature. We don't have a
But
real.
the thing is what I'm saying, and don't say I agree with you because I don't. You can't always negotiate with a child. You can't keep doing it.
Okay,
And
look,
you can
Divine.
take take
Okay,
negotiation as a punishment.
all right. This is now talking in many circles, and like we're wasting everybody's time. So, all right, you said your piece, I said my piece. Let's talk about something else because otherwise I might kill myself from boredom. So let's pick another topic.
Oh, dude,
What?
I don't know. I just don't get it. It's a
What?
very strange
I,
way to think.
I'm having trouble understanding the concept of punishment here because the television thing is like a privilege that's granted to you in that context, right?
No,
And then
Yeah.
no.
the
There's
privilege is removed. Is that really a punishment? It's like you're kind of linking the television thing to doing everything right.
look.
You know,
It's
Yeah,
very
it can't
am I
be a
misunderstanding?
punishment.
look.
No, you're not. You can link it to a punishment. Basically, you can't link it to a punishment. You can basically, if you want your child to do something, or you want your child to learn about something, learn about dishes, and then you can keep building up to certain kinds of things as a reward if they do that, if they have trouble with it, or if your child does something negatively that he said he was supposed to do, or you said he had to do, and then he doesn't do it, then you can take away small things, for example, that he can't do anymore because this privilege, you give it to that child, you can also take it away because if your child because privilege because parents give their children the privileges to have a phone or to go to watch TV, to do all of these kinds of things, and you can take it away as a parent to be able to let your child learn about those consequences. That's my concept about punishment, is if it's you want to try to teach your child that there are consequences to their actions, and if your child is 12 or something, you can teach them the consequences of their actions from taking away something they like, for example watching TV or cartoons or something. You can take that away if, for example, they swear at you they didn't do their dishes or those kinds of things. That's a punishment.
Okay.
Okay, I'm
Do
sorry.
you get it, or do I need to do I need to explain
I
it
think I
further?
get it. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Wait, sheep for life. What's with the haircut? You shave your head from the top like a Mao Zedong?
Yeah.
Mhm.
That's funny. That's a funny hairstyle. Oh my god, there's so many people in the chat. Jesus, what's going on with the chat? The chat is blowing up. Oh my god.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah. Anyway, I wasn't listening, so please, somebody wants to ask me a question.
All right, chat. This is your opportunity to be famous. Ask a question.
No, I'm saying on the
Oh,
Discord, if because I wasn't listening. Is everything? Is everybody clear on everything, on everyone's position?
Mhm.
Do you want to switch
I'll look
topics?
at more propositions.
Yeah, propositions. Let's talk about more
Propositions.
propositions.
The Spanish flu never happened.
You like that?
Why do you think the Spanish flu never happened?
I think it says that. Let me first copy it so we have a copy in the description. Okay.
No one died of it. Rather, it was an aspirin overdose that caused a high death rate.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So you think that millions of people, hundreds of millions of people just died from an aspirin overdose?
Yep. Mm-hmm. That's the simplest explanation. Mm-hmm.
Then why is there a flu shot that we still do today?
I don't know. That's not a reasonable question. It's like asking me, do you believe 1 + 1 is 2? Yes. So why are there people who deny that? Ask them. Why are you asking me?
They don't understand math. That's why they don't think 1 + 1 = 2.
That's not the point. I'm saying, like, don't ask me why there's people who do dumb things. Like, ask
You
me
think
what.
taking flu shot is dumb?
That's a different topic. That's a different topic, which we can also debate. We can debate many, many things. Many, many things.
Do we have to negotiate the debate, though, before we have the debate?
Of course. Anyway, you want to. So this, and look, the Spanish flu doesn't make the Spanish flu has always been weird. Everyone has always agreed that it's a weird flu. It's a flu in which the old and the weak and the sick did not die. Rather, who died? The strongest military age men. That makes no sense. That makes no.
I don't know what's strange about that. It's just that those older people had already gotten a different kind of flu, and the immunity was connected to the Spanish flu, supposedly.
No, it doesn't make any sense. I mean, no. That doesn't make.
Yeah.
Because it mostly also the Spanish flu could have also mostly have gotten from carrier pigeons and from swine and those kinds of creatures. And mostly in those days in the 1600s, mostly men would take care of those creatures. So it could have also been that the Spanish flu could have gotten from those animals. And the reason why men were more affected by the flu is because they are probably more in contact with those animals.
Look, it's military age men. I mean, the answer is in the body of the question, as they say. It's the military. It's the military. That's all. That's the simplest.
We're all military-aged men in the military. Like I don't.
It's
I don't
look.
understand.
It's the look. You have to come up with right in science. We try to come up with the simplest explanation, not just with the with the simplest. The simplest.
And what do you mean actually with military-aged men? Because
that's
because the Spanish flu was sickful and harmful to children of age 5 to 65. Yes, there is a case about a diary about a woman who was suffering about her child dying of the Spanish flu. There's I don't remember the book exactly, but I'll look it up. I probably have the book in my collection, but there's literally a thing written about a child, about a mother writing about her child dying about it. It isn't the Spanish flu wasn't only contagious to men.
So
it was a flu that spread around.
So
killed almost 50 million people.
So I can only attest to how I was told, what I was told, since I remember myself about the Spanish flu. When I was taught about the Spanish flu, and everyone who's ever discussed the Spanish flu always brings up this anomaly again and again. It was a weird flu that killed only military aged men, or mostly military aged men. It was always an anomaly to everyone who ever brought it up, and to me. It was always an
Is that
anomaly.
because those young men were in World War One and they were all grouped together in like battalions and it spread through the trenches and stuff?
I think it started spreading after they came home, or look, I don't know, but
Most influenza outbreaks disproportionately kill young and old, with a higher survival rate in between this. But this pandemic was usually high in mortality for young children to adults, including offer several explanations for this mortality, including a 6-year climate anomaly affecting the migration of disease vectors with the likelihood of spread to bodies of water. However, the claim that young adults had high mortality during this pandemic has been contested.
Mortality. So, look, so I never thought about this until one day I was listening to a podcast and they mentioned that there's actual data about the amount of aspirin that these men were given as like a normal what do you call the shots that children get? Not flu
Vaccines?
shot, vaccines. It was like it was normal for soldiers to get these vaccines. You know, you enlist, you get vaccinated. The amount of aspirin they were giving were something that we consider today to be 10 times a deadly amount or something. That was the amount that
I'm not denying that. Like, I think that's true, but I don't know what that has to do with the Spanish flu existing. Like, it still existed.
it never.
It still kills people.
No, it didn't. It was just overdose. They just overdosed all the soldiers on aspirin. That's.
Well, wait a minute. Why would they just give you aspirin if you didn't have a condition in the first place?
There's no condition. It was they thought this is like a magic cure all, like we do schmaxines. It was the schmaxine of the day.
Why did children and women die then?
Maybe there was an actual flu that was killing, but that has nothing to do with it.
It does, because we're talking about a
because your
flu. So
proposition
wouldn't
is that there was no flu.
There
So
Yeah.
if there was a massive flu, that would be contradictory to your original proposition.
yeah that then also women and children and older people would have also have gotten this magical
Look,
aspirin shot. I do believe that aspirin was 10 times more dangerous than it was now because they didn't know how to regulate it how we do now. But what about the women and children that died then?
well, I don't know, and like, fine, maybe it was a like a normal flu. You know, normal flu kills a lot of people every year. But besides, like, young men basically don't have even the mildest symptoms. Young military aged men usually don't barely have symptoms of flu or whatever. They go through it like you go through a sneeze. But the military overdosed them on aspirin and killed them. And the doctors didn't know any better. They just wrote, okay, flu. And everybody was thinking there's a flu. They didn't think that the aspirin might be overdosing and killing everyone. They didn't think. Well, what did they know? They were blind, leading the blind. We're fine.
It wasn't because of an aspirin flu. They believe the reason why it stopped is they killed most of the animals who were infected because
I don't
because
know.
it spread through animals in dirty conditions.
I never heard anything about that.
Most contagious diseases come from animals. COVID came from bats
Mm,
because
how do you know that?
we would. It literally said the first person who would ever documentally had COVID had eaten bat in China, and he had then been shown with a flu-like disease with extreme cough, braziness on the lungs, high fever, all these kinds of things. It was mostly because of their animals, because animals can get very dirty, and they can get sick, and if you eat that sick meat, you can get diseases from it.
I don't know anything about
They're
that.
called
that's how-
zoonotic diseases.
Oh, I didn't know the name. Thank you for saying it.
I don't know. Honestly, when it comes to Schmovid, I don't know anything. like we're not even allowed to say the name without worrying that our channel is going to get nuked. So
What? The disease? The Spanish flu?
no, schmovid. When like it's very dangerous to say schmovid on YouTube. They could nuke the channel. So just
What you call him? Brett Weinstein talks about it all the time.
yeah. So, but I don't want look the very fact that people still are terrified of saying the actual name. That means we still don't know, and maybe we'll never know. Maybe in 100 years, we'll still not know what actually happened, if anything at all happened. I don't know. It's very much like the global schmorming. I don't know what's going on.
What is schmoship? Are you talking about the Spanish flu? Because it was called the Great Influenza Pandemic.
The schmovid. When I say schmovid, I mean the schmovid schmepidemic.
It's called the because I don't get it because I thought you meant like another name for the Spanish flu.
No,
you're talking about the modern like
the schmovid coof. You know the coof, the coof.
Oh, COVID.
You mean schmovid? We don't say, we say schmovid here because we don't want to get nuked. We say schmepidemic.
Use code words.
Yeah, the very fact that
it's a normal disease that can educate people.
Look,
YouTube doesn't nuke channels when you're talking about an education, when you're talking educational.
Yeah, but I don't. I talk about schmovid. Schmovid is not educational, so I don't want to get my channel nuked. So I like, as you said, like as long as you carry the message of the regime and the consensus, then they don't nuke you. But if you dare stray from their narrative, they nuke you, and I don't want to get nuked. And the very fact that
they don't. There's a lot of people who dislike and dislike about the COVID vaccine, the vaccine. I'm gonna just say vaccine, and because you don't want me to say.
No, it's too dangerous.
Because you don't want to say the other thing, and they talk about it, and their channels don't get taken down. Because you can talk about it in a negative or positive way, as long as it's educational to your opinion.
No, that's not true. They warn you, and they have taken down many of my videos that I just said that word. Many videos. Not one, not two.
All right, should we then go into a different topic if you don't want to discuss this?
Probably. I'll just say.
I feel like we win by default.
I'll just say. The very fact that that I'm not allowed to express a dissenting opinion without having my channel nuked, that should tell you everything.
You are allowed. You just think it's not.
I'll show you. No, I'll show you.
That's true.
I'll show you emails that I received. I'll show you videos that were.
It could be that you said something else, like for example that it was a hoax, because you're not allowed to spread misinformation. You are allowed to bring up your opinion in an educational way.
They've taken down videos where I expressed my dissenting opinion from the consensus, from the main narrative, and that's all you need to know. There's no freedom of thought. There's no freedom of expression. So we don't.
Why are you on YouTube then? If you don't believe you have the freedom of expression or the freedom of thought, which you do, but you probably just said something negatively, and you're not allowed to spread misinformation. So then they probably took it down because of that.
Well, but that's exactly the point. But what if my opinion doesn't match their opinion? So they define me to be misinformation.
No, because then you can take it into an educational perspective. But the thing about misinformation is, I don't know if you believe that it was a hoax and that it wasn't real and those kinds of things, and that and then taking a shot from those kinds of things are misinformation that you shouldn't spread, because it can be negatively impacted onto people. But if you take it on an educational perspective, from saying, I don't agree with doing this and this and this because of my belief that they can't take it down. If you continue saying stuff like, it was real and these kinds of things, and that it can be said, and then it can be seen as misinformation. But if you were to take it into educational speech, then they can't take it down.
Okay, I don't know what to do. I've already said this multiple times. I don't like.
Then let's go into a different topic.
But
I
let
feel
me.
like we'd win about Spanish flu then, because you don't want to continue about it, even though you first said it was malignant upon military men. It wasn't. Then you thought it was an aspirin overdose. It was caused due to animals. Or if you'd like to say what the disease thing is called, I don't know. I'm not English.
Divine, you
Uh,
you keep cutting me
and
off, so that's
I
not
wasn't
helpful.
cutting you off. I was
Yes.
continuing in my speech.
Well, you cannot make speeches, and I began talking, and you cut me off.
Yeah, but the thing
Um,
is, if you begin talking while I'm speaking, then you're cutting me off.
Look, I was speaking after I let you finish, and as I began speaking, you cut me off. So here, now that I'm speaking, please don't interrupt. And let me say that the very fact that you call my opinion certain names like Miss and this and all those things, and and you agree that they shut me down, the very fact that I am afraid to express my opinion, that suggests that there's many people who are afraid to express their opinion and their knowledge and their information. And all I'm saying is I don't have the information, and with the little information that I have, my feeling is that nothing ever happened. It was complete and utter nonsense. It was basically that was the schmendemic. That was mass hysteria. Nothing ever happened. No one ever uh, suffered from it. And with that,
Wouldn't you then?
we're
Oh, sorry,
finished.
continue.
Yeah, no, we're done because
Wouldn't you then think that your opinions are very negative? That's why they're not letting you speak.
it doesn't matter. The very fact. Listen to what I'm saying. The very fact that I'm terrified, that I've had I make content, I sit for hours, it's my blood and tears, and I end up having to throw away hours and hours of hard work to the garbage. So I'm terrified. Look at me. I'm terrified of talking about so many topics, but I'm terrified. And so that's all the information we need. I don't need any more information. We don't have free speech. So there's probably many people besides the very few that do say a little bit. There's probably more information. We're not privy to all the information. My intuition is there was nothing to begin with. It's a complete and utter nothing burger from beginning to end. Nothing ever happened. It was a complete mass hysteria. And on that note, let's move to the next topic.
Do you want to continue a debate, or are you just making up excuses? Because I don't think you know what the free speech is, because you have free speech, but you aren't allowed to be this. You aren't allowed to be rude to others. You aren't allowed to be discriminateful. You aren't allowed to spread misinformation. And I can call your opinions unjust and not right, but they're your opinions, and you're allowed to have your opinions. That's your freedom. That's your freedom as a human. But the thing is, with YouTube's guidelines and regulations, the thing is, you aren't allowed to spread unjust information that can be negatively informed to other people. So if you're maybe scared of saying something on YouTube, should you then look at yourself from why is YouTube taking me down? Am I maybe saying something wrong that can be negatively impactful on somebody else?
Look, what you call miss and this, that's just my opinion. Well, I don't know what else to say. You can call my opinion any which name you want. The very fact that I'm terrified of expressing my opinion, that's all the information I need to conclude I don't have all the information. There's other people, very likely, like me, who are just terrified of expressing or who've had their content taken down. We'll probably never know what happened My intuition is nothing ever happened. It was just mass hysteria. And on that note, please, let's let it go. We cannot talk about it. There's no point.
All right, let's continue then. Sheep, would you like to
Yes.
bring up another topic?
Right. Let's see what we can find next.
Or would you maybe,
Alright.
Rover, if you have any topic you would like to discuss? I'm just here for the fun of it.
I don't know any other
Veganism is a
topics.
threat to humanity. Vegans
What?
are altruists. As such,
What did
they
you say?
prefer the good of other over their own good. The logical extension is the good of other species over the good of my species. So
Oh,
you
they're
think
altruists,
veganism is a
you mean?
threat to humanity?
Can you say the number so I can read it for myself, because I didn't understand you well, Sheep.
72. 72.
Where
Thank
are you reading
you.
these from?
Oh, from his website. I can send you the link.
This debate
Oh, you can.
proposition website.
Veganism is a threat to humanity. Vegans are altruists. Oh, all
Yeah,
right. I'm not.
I kind of have a similar position.
I'm
to
not a
this.
vegan, so Sheep, you go on with it.
I want to discuss how you think vegan teacher is a terrorist. So why do you think vegan teacher is a terrorist?
Wait, what debate proposition is that?
Yeah, let me look. It's debate proposition. I'm looking.
Let me look it
I
up.
swear to God, it's out on here. 27. The vegan teacher is a terrorist. She posted that she would be calling for the hanging of cosmic skeptic for going non-vegan.
Okay. So what's the question?
So do you think vegan teacher is a terrorist? Do you still hold to that position?
Yes, definitely.
Can you define terrorism?
I don't think I need to. I mean, if you literally, if you cause terror, if your intent is to cause terror, then you are literally a terrorist.
I don't think that was her intent, though. Like, most of the things she says might be intentive to cause terror, but most of it's just satire.
Well, I have an issue with that. The vegans do seem to actually believe that killing meat eaters is justified because they're committing a rights violation. They're
Only
a
like
type of
very,
species
very extreme
that are
vegans do. Like, as a vegan myself, I don't think that's the way to go.
right. Well, that's fine if you're like if you're like that. But the issue is that other people, like a significant number of these people, are not like that. Like, at least in their rhetoric, the way that they talk about things. I don't know all vegans. I'm gonna go off of like the ones that get like, like
So once they get
I guess the
famous, you just
spotlight
get
on them.
famous because of these arguments and this rhetoric that's representing that they don't like non-vegans and they want death to them. And that's the only reason they really get famous.
Right. So it's kind of maybe a sampling bias here.
Yeah.
We're the ones we're aware of are the ones. The altruism thing, I think, is a concern because even the normal vegans, they're all about like protecting the environment to the benefit of like I guess the animals and not humanity. Sometimes I don't know if you're one of those like environmentalists, and I'm like, well, if we're not, if trying to benefit to improve the environment and protect the environment for humanity, or for some, I mean, I guess animals are conscious too.
Yeah. It's not going to be ignoring humanity. It's going to be including humanity in all sentient beings. So anything that falls under the category of sentience holds value within that equation.
Yeah, I mean that's fine. The only issue is the misanthropic vegans who kind of like start with veganism and then work their way their kind of pessimism into everything else.
Strange to come across some of those type of people, though, especially in the vegan community.
Really? I thought there's a lot of antinatalists in the vegan community, and they're often like that.
There isn't somebody who often is in those kinds of servers to debate about veganism. There often isn't. It's mostly about people who just want to just want to have a better climate and better for animals. It's not a lot like that, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. If they're sane, reasonable vegans, I mean, that's totally okay.
Mm.
Did you have anything you want to say about that, Mr. Slave?
Let me think. So, a person who refuses to enjoy life, who punishes themselves. Like, imagine you see a person walking around with a stick, hitting themselves with a stick.
Yeah, it's self-flagellation. Yeah.
Self-flagellation. What would you call that person?
Depends.
Depends on what they're hitting themselves for. Like they're hitting themselves for because it would result in African kids not starving. That'd be a good cause. But if they were just hitting themselves for no reason, an absolute bullshit reason, then it'd not be a good cause.
You can also you can also bring religion into this. For example, in Buddhism, they often let themselves be hit to make their body stronger.
Yeah, but I guess when you say like a masochist is the term, if you're hitting yourself or you're hurting yourself.
Yeah, but are you talking about the point that I just made with religion, with Buddhism?
Well, I guess if there's some greater point that they're thinking they're trying to achieve, I don't know that.
Let me ask you.
Yeah, all right. I thought you were saying that they were masochists.
So, what about a person spreading a religion of cutting off your limbs one by one, and everyone?
That's cultish.
But let's say a person.
It's simply demand other people to do so. Yeah.
No, not demand.
I think it depends on what they're doing it for. Like, the reason that I cut these foods out of my life is to preserve the animal lives and to preserve this planet.
I have to disagree. I'd say that that could be cultish, or that person could be mentally 100% right, because cutting your limbs off and those kinds of things, that is a mental illness that some people have. I don't know the exact name for it. You can look it up. So I'd say it's wrong and a bit cultish.
Like, right, when we see people joining cults, we try to save them from these cults, and then after we save them, they thank us. Like, I've saved people from veganism, and they forever thank me. Like, every time we meet, they talk about it, and they always remind me how I saved their lives and how much happier they are now.
Veganism isn't a cult. You can't compare veganism to a cult. No, you can't compare it. And a lot of thing is with cults, you also I know a bit about this, so I can speak a lot. Cults often, or what they cults often mentally harm that person. So if you were to take that person out of a cult, they wouldn't know what to do. So they wouldn't often thank you because they don't know what's happened, and they think they're taking something away from something that was positively influencing their life. Like, for example, the Skull Guard cult in America. I think in 19 something, it was a cult about a big family who kept growing more people, and there was one woman who was taken away from it and who killed herself because she didn't know what to do with her life anymore.
Right, but the issue is that veganism has a lot of those things because it's an ideology, right? So we definitely see people who, if you try to intervene, depending on the type of veganism, I don't mean to equivocate here, but the other veganism I was talking about, where, like, like the people who are like fanatical about it, but those people use a lot of like dishonest arguments. Like, a lot of their argumentation is like completely ridiculous.
Actually, I have to agree with you there. I can agree that could be cultish. If you ever try to then convince somebody to join with dishonest arguments and negatively arguments, that could negatively harm that person. or these kinds of things. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that.
I mean,
you definitely see with eating disorders.
like, talk about disinformation. Whenever I debate vegans, they always use like disinformation. They spread.
Can you
They
give me an example?
I don't. I mean, why does it matter? I mean, that's just. I mean,
Because you're saying something and he wants to continue on to that.
yeah, but no.
I don't think most vegans use misinformation. They just interpret something wrong.
All vegans I've debated always use tactics. They never actually debate. They always use tactics. They know that they are lying. Like, it's always tactics. It's never, let's actually have a discussion. It's they use bullying, they use harassment, they use threats, they use terrorism, they use disinformation. It's always tactics, and basically they force their members into their cult, and people are afraid to leave the cult. You see people harassed once people leave veganism. Many times you see how they're harassed by the cult.
Yeah,
So
because they're making a terrible decision. Like, if you're going to leave veganism and start abusing animals all over again, to start harming the environment all over again, just because you want a steak on your plate, yeah, you're going to get criticism for that. I don't think I'd go as far as to make sure these people kill themselves. But
what you just said, that's a tactic. That's a tactic. That's not honest. That's not a debate.
valid criticism is a difference between. There's a difference between
what you just
that's
said.
valid criticism versus harassment.
No, what you just said, that's a tactic. That's not nice to do. You didn't debate.
How is valid criticism a tactic?
No, he said
he's saying valid criticism.
No, he said if you leave veganism just to have a steak in your plate, like that's not nice to say. I didn't give you the reason why any one person left veganism. The fact is that many times that I've seen people leave veganism, they are attacked. So it's not about a debate. It's not about information. It's none of that. It's about attacking whoever leaves. The cult makes sure that everybody's going to think 10 times very carefully before you leave the cult because you're terrified. That's terrorism. And that's what
they also say strange things. Like, they'll say you were never a real vegan. Like, if you could become a vegan, you can become a non-vegan. Right? So they have these strange phrases.
Yeah.
And these like thought terminating cliches, like the one with the steak there. Like, people have lots of different reasons for things.
Yeah. Like, it's always,
and without getting to the bottom of it.
Yeah.
Through proper investigation.
Right. Like, it's never a discussion. It's always an attack. You're not a vegan because you just want to eat meat. No.
Because it tastes good.
That's
whatever.
That's the main objection to veganism.
Look,
like when people who leave veganism, like Cosmic Skeptic, for example, he had no philosophical arguments against it other than, oh, I can't shit properly, so I'm going to stop eating.
You're dismissing his
food.
Yeah.
What could be very serious IBS.
Yeah.
Like, he could be being dishonest there, right?
Yeah.
Like, and he may not give the real reason. He gave IBS as an example. So I'm not fully sure what that video was nonsense. So I can't defend it that much. But we don't know what he's going through, right? Like, we don't know what the reason was.
The point is, vegans behave like a very extreme and dangerous cult that maybe we should look into because
and another thing is vegans are often not vegan. That's another strange thing. Like, you can ask them, like, what did they feed their cats? Like, you can ask them, like, there's loads of things here where, like, what's considered vegan becomes more and more and more narrow all the time, and you're not a real vegan. And it gets to like this ridiculous like level where there's just completely different normative systems that are competing with each other. Like a utilitarian isn't going to have the same view of veganism as like a deontologist or whatever.
Anyway, so what was the proposition? The proposition: veganism is a threat to humanity. Is that what we're debating, or we abandoned that proposition? What are we debating?
We pretty much abandoned at that point. We're trying to define like terrorism and vegan tactics for debating, which one of them is reductio ad absurdum. which you previously mentioned.
Yeah, and
And
you're
TT.
also subjectivist as well. So like if you disagree with them, like somehow you're being reduced to absurdity. But like it's subjective, so it doesn't matter. Like it's just like it's really strange. Like it's fine
Look,
to disagree with somebody, but like what's absurd about their view? It's just subjective.
look, we just saw you in real time, like using one of those tactics. You're not interested. It's not like a debate about, let's debate, like, is 1 + 1 equal to a true or false statement? We can philosophize and think what's the definition of truth and what's the definition of definition and what's the definition of logic, and let's build something together and let's educate each other. No, it's you immediately attacking, oh, you just want to not be a vegan because you want to eat a steak. It's like a given. Like you're not having a discussion. Why would you say that?
Well, that's the main objection to veganism. For like example, I could give you multiple different examples of people that went to non-veganism
But
simply because they wanted the steak.
why
But
would
there's
you
some other
why would
objections
you
to
s-
veganism that are valid.
why would you
Like if they have
start
some sort of health problem with them,
but
an objection to veganism would be perfectly normal.
why would you start with like why would you start with such a statement? Like it's a deep philosophical question. Like it's a deep philosophical question. Let's have a philosophical debate. You can convince me, I can convince you, but immediately you're straw manning. You're taking a position that it's not. I don't even know if it's straw manning. You're putting words in my mouth. We didn't even start a debate, and just for the steak in the plate. It's like, can we talk? Can we talk?
Yeah, and I think non-vegans do the same thing to vegans. They strawman the position of veganism most of the time. So I think it's both a valid criticism for non-vegans and vegans. They both constantly strawman their positions. The other's positions, yeah.
Look, two wrongs don't make a white. So in my I
for the two quo qui fallacy.
I don't know that. But look, the point is that in my experience, my first debate ever was with Dr. Avi, the known vegan, and I basically mopped the floor with his face. There was a recording, but he would not accept the loss, and he kept playing games and word games and like for 2 hours just playing games. Like a total loser. Like I didn't know anything about debating. Nothing. This was my very first debate ever. And I completely mopped the floor with his face because it was easy. Because I was correct and he was wrong. But there was no way to make him admit that he was wrong, so he kept on playing games. My proposition was and still is veganism is utter nonsense. It's just utter nonsense. Like when I try to define veganism, I can't. I can't. I just can't define it. That was my proposition. What was his first question? How do you define utter nonsense? What's your definition of utter nonsense? I said, what, are you kidding? Like, what, you don't know the definition? No, I don't know the definition. It was just a game. No, how do you define, and how do you define, It's like endless word games. Instead of getting to the point, I told him, listen, I've listened to every video you have online. After all of that, if you hire me to be your speaker, your lawyer, to represent veganism in a court, I can't. I don't know what veganism is. I to this day, I don't know what it is. That's all I'm saying. That's my proposition. And he would not accept the proposition. He's never entered the debate. He never, and you can listen to the video, he never entered the debate. They never lost the debate because they never entered the debate. That's what he kept on saying. And every time this debate is brought up, they keep on saying, yeah, because I did not bring up a proper proposition. So that's veganism. That's the number one logician. He is the number one. Like Vegan Gains looks to Isaac Ask Yourself. And Isaac Ask Yourself looks up to Dr. Avi. No one looks. Dr. Avi doesn't look up to anyone. Dr. Avi is the head of this pyramid. So he's the number one. And I was on my first day. I didn't know what a debate is. He asked me, what is a proposition? I don't know what the word proposition means. I didn't know. I know what it means in English. But he started playing games, nothing but games for 2 hours. That's all that veganism is. It's nothing but games. Like when you really face a debater and in a normal, calm setting, you get your face used as a mop for my
No,
room.
no. Depends on what they do. Yeah, there's many word games like NTT with veganism, but there's other ways to argue for veganism that isn't
Fine.
using
Look,
some sort of fallacy.
in my experience, fine. In my experience, I'm telling you, number one, and the same went with Isaac and with vegan gains. Nothing but gains. The big vegans,
They're
nothing.
named the trait machines. They're like
What?
they're obsessed. The three of those are obsessed with their name the trait.
No, they stopped using
Like
name to
Jared.
trade. I think they moved
they?
on. I don't know.
Vegan Gain still uses it a bit.
Fine. I mopped like last time I faced him. There's a video. He ran away twice within 1 minute. He ran away twice. He ran away and came back and then ran away again. Like I have many videos in which he runs away from debating me veganism. Many videos. Not like at this point. There's like many, and with Ask Yourself and the Dr. Avi, and with the rest of them. But they never admit defeat. It's nothing to do with logic. They're supposedly these incredible logicians. They know logic like you cannot believe how they know logic. But they don't. But then it's not.
Put that in a syllogism. You know?
It's nothing. Yeah, it's nothing to do with actual logic. It's word games and logical games in order to win. But when I mop the floor with their face, they don't admit defeat. They never admit defeat. For some reason, it's like they always win. As much as I mop the floor with their faces, always consecutively, and they always run away. Whenever I show up on their server, he always tells everyone, no, run away from him. He's a troll. He's a troll. That's what Isaac says to everyone about me on his server. He always makes sure no one is listening. When I show up on his server, he makes sure no one is listening because I'm a troll. And every time I show up there, I just mop the floor with their faces, one after the other. It's like and then Vegan Gay shows up, and then I mop the floor with his face, and then he runs away, and that's but it's meaningless. It's not like they're gonna change their minds because I always mop the floor with their faces. Anyway, look, veganism is very dangerous. Is it a threat to humanity?
All right, I'm back. I was doing something.
Very
What is it about?
Vegans just use word games in order to win debates.
In my experience.
Oh.
In my experience.
Only like Vegan Gains does that. Like I don't see anyone else using these word games in order to win debates.
I've seen Joey Carbstrong. I've seen Earthly Ned.
I've many. Go to my channel. Right.
The list is so long. Freely the Banana Girl.
Go to my channel.
Victorian writer back in the day.
Go to my channel. Look at do a search for the word veganism. You'll see probably, I don't know, 20, 30 debates. And it's games. It's just games. It's games and disinformation. Like sometimes it's just disinformation. The farmers harm animals and roaming farms, roaming eggs, roaming chickens. That's 1 minute a day. That's all they do. 1 minute a day. That's disinformation. That is disinformation. That's
what?
That's
I
yeah.
That's what roaming farms.
Like when you buy chickens like those roaming eggs, you can buy roaming eggs or roaming meat, roaming beef. You can buy the produce from animals that spent their lives living theoretically in freedom. Roaming just means free to roam.
Yeah, the problem with that is you still kill the cows at the end. Like if I gave a bunch of people and children the freedom to live out their lives and then kill them, like when they reach 20 years old, when they are prime age for eating, that'd still be evil, right?
No, that would be that would not be evil. We can come back to that, but that's not even what vegans do. When I debate them on this issue of roaming animals, their answer is look up the definition of Google of what roaming means. And what's the definition on Google, the definition is the animal has to be like really a minimal time spent, just a couple of minutes a day roaming, and that'd be right. But if you actually do a search on YouTube for farms that sell roaming chickens and roaming chicken eggs and roaming meat, you see there's endless videos of animals roaming, literally living outside, outdoors, just as promised. But the vegans spread disinformation. It's like, look, it's just tricks. It's not that
Oh,
I'm not complaining. Just one second. I'm not complaining that I don't know, that I don't know what to tell you. It's just tricks. They know, they use disinformation, and they use tactics, and they use straw man, like every logical fallacy you can imagine. That's all they use. That's it. That's against me. Sometimes, they might be able to win an actual debate against someone who's not like a professional debater. But when they face someone like me, who really spent the time to make sure I mop the floor with their faces, then it's just tactics. So it doesn't matter. They don't care. They don't care about the truth. Like, fine, you want to be, after all is said and done, it's your preference. Let's say your preference for whatever reason to eat only vegetables. I can understand that. I don't have a problem with that. If it were true, fine. Or you, for some reason, you don't want to use leather, and I don't know. I mean, it's completely inconsistent. But if at the end of the day, that's what you want to live an inconsistent life. Fine, live like you're like most physicists that believe that Schrodinger's cat is both dead and alive. You're no different than them. I'm not going to judge you. That's fine. But if you're going to lie to me and spread disinformation, and I have to go online and check, as they say, check your sources, and I see you're lying, and you're not taking it back, and you're unwilling to take it back, and the next time you keep going, and after I've corrected you, you still debate using the same tactics, still spreading disinformation, you're pure evil. You're just pure evil. And and from there, I mean, I can show you how this is the end of humanity. This is very dangerous. But evil it is
So
for sure.
spreading
What?
so spreading logical fallacies and arguments is going to end humanity.
No.
but you just said that.
No. I said I could show you how that, specifically veganism, is very dangerous. Specifically, not because
And then you said that it could end humanity, and you were
yes.
talking about logical fallacies
No.
and those
No.
kinds of things.
No.
So what do you mean with that it could end humanity?
So the end of humanity. So how does humanity end? Humanity will end, and we're basically, this is the beginning of the end. So we can already begin to see how humanity ends. But humanity, the end of humanity is altruism. Is this basically communism and this cult of altruism that is taking over humanity, and will, the what is the ultimate altruism? What is altruism? Altruism just means I care for the other. It's like, it sounds really amazing. It sounds really good. But altruism means, at the end of the day, that I'm going to feed myself. I don't deserve to live, and I'm going to feed myself to the environment. I'm going to sacrifice myself for the environment and for the universe. I don't deserve to live. Like humans, as they say, as the joke goes, humans, like, they have this caricature, and the Earth comes to the doctor, and the doctor checks Earth and says to Earth, I'm sorry to tell you, but you have humans. Humans are an illness to these people. So people that define humanity as an illness to the universe, of course, if this message spreads, that's how humanity ends. And that is how humanity is going to end. So yeah, veganism, like communism, like all the, socialism, like all the altruistic religions, yes, that is how humanity ends. That's my opinion. The fact that I
Yeah, and
cannot,
I've seen that. Like, if
yeah,
you look at the YouTuber vegan, die Militant Veganerin, the militant vegan. She's German. She's like an athlete, and she thinks we should destroy the world.
yes, yes, there's plenty of them.
And she's like a massive vegan. Like,
Yes, there's plenty of them. You're beginning to see this. Vegan Gains, he agrees with them, but he doesn't agree.
He debated one of them.
Yeah,
he
but
debated in Mendham, who created that.
only
idea.
on the tactics. He kept on saying, "I agree with you. Humanity should not exist. I agree. Humanity should end itself. I agree." But
No, I don't think anybody is going to say humanity shouldn't exist.
We're just talking about two people there. We're just talking about
they-
in Mendham, who's a vegan, and the militant veganerin, Raffaella, the militant vegan.
But there's
Look.
not a lot of vegans who think humanity should cease to function
Look,
because of keeping animals a higher priority. Veganism is about letting sentient animals live. I'm not a vegan. I'm not a vegan. I don't see the need for it. I respect vegans and all of that, but what you're talking about with veganism, that they're giving themselves up to Earth, that's not veganism. That's mostly like really like I'd say like Trumpy like veganisms, that they're like cultish to the belief that we're the lower species on this planet, but that's not it.
look,
Yeah, they're speciesist against humanity.
look. If you take the message of veganism, which is altruism, and you dial it up to 10, you get self-destruction. Right? It's about sacrificing myself for the other, for the universe. I am an illness. I am a virus in this universe.
No, it's about thinking about what you're putting on your plate and not killing animals.
Okay, then right? If it's either who's more important, either I am more important or the animal is more important. So if
the veganism is that you put it on, if you try to put it on the same thing.
1 second.
All right.
1 second. So vegans, right? The question is, who's more important? Either I am more important or the animal is more important. There's no two ways about it. If I'm more important, then I eat the animal. If the animal is more important, then I feed myself to the animal. So the vegans basically say the animals, the environment is more important. I say I am more important. The universe is my tool to use. And vegans say we don't deserve to exist. We need to give up existence. It's
This is annoying because we've already, like, you've had discussions with multiple vegans who told you that's not true. Like, especially the one that we had with, I think her name was Moo or something. And I can't really talk because, like, my husband's asleep in the other room, but it's just frustrating that you
I didn't say
change your argument when you've had people tell you multiple times that's not what it is about.
I didn't say that. I said if you dial the altruistic philosophy to 10, I didn't say, like, in general, yes, Vegan Gains doesn't say it on a daily basis. Dr. Avi, most of them don't say it. But when you think, I'm saying, why is veganism the end of humanity? It's because if you dial it up to 10, and in time they will dial it up to 10. You will see it. That's my prediction. It will be dialed up to 10. It will end humanity. Altruism will end humanity. That's my prediction. I can see it. That's my prediction. I'm not saying that most vegans say this, or many. Barely any of them say this, but there are those who do say it. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that you say it.
Altruism is bad like that. Like, I do agree that, like, because you can't receive anything. Like, if you give someone something, right? Let's say, think, oh, this other person, they need food, and you give them food, but they can't even accept the food because they themselves can't be an egoist. But they should give the food away.
Yeah.
So, like, it's just nobody can have anything.
Yes, I agree. Yeah, altruism is a dead end. Altruism, ultimately, if you dial it up to 10, that's it. You put you put yourself as the next food for the nearest alligator. Otherwise, you're not an altruist. But that is what these people are doing. Right now, they're doing it in slow motion with their, they block traffic and they throw paint or soup on paintings. Right now it's in slow motion, but give them more time. It's just a
That's
matter of time.
protesting. Wouldn't then any other form of protesting be the same then? Like, for example, when BLM, when people were on the streets breaking windows and those kinds of things.
Yeah.
Why
that
aren't
was
you comparing that then?
Yeah, I
Those
mean,
two people
Yeah,
are
I
also
do
not
agree that.
vegan. They're environmentalists. They're like anti-climate change protesters. They're not
Yeah.
vegan. So that has nothing to do with being vegan.
Divine, what was your question? You're asking about
weren't you
BLM?
answering her? She brought up a greater topic. Amber, Hamburger, or whatever your name is. Could you
Hamburger
tell
and
You
me
can
your
just say
names?
Amber. It's fine.
All
Yeah, you
right,
can just say
Amber.
Amber.
Could you continue, because I think your topic is more better than mine, because I'm not a vegan, but I do
But
respect it, and I think you guys could speak better about it than I could.
wait, but Amber, I don't want you to
Thing
wake
is, we've already talked about it, so
I
it
don't
just
want
feels
to.
exhausting.
I don't want to wake your husband. Like we can talk. We said we'll talk Sunday. Like
I have to do something right now anyway because he's asleep, and I'm not doing anything. I'm in like another room, but
okay.
I just don't want to get loud. I get frustrated at you.
No,
It feels like you're not listening to me.
I told you. I didn't say that anyone said it. Very few say it.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
saying
But
if
why are you choosing to acknowledge that you are judging a group by the minority
I'm
of its
not.
members?
I'm not. I'm not. I'm not. I'm not.
They're a
You
very
are.
loud
I'm not.
minority that led to the popularity of the thing. Like, I mean,
I'm not.
really, the
I'm not even.
Banana Girl was
I'm
huge.
not. But
Sorry, go on.
I'm not. I'm not even. I'm not even
Yeah,
blaming.
but shouldn't you then not judge it because of that big minority who's making it popular?
I'm not. I'm saying if you dial the philosophy of altruism, the notion of altruism, if you dial it up to 10, then you feed yourself to the next alligator. I'm not saying anything about anyone. I'm just saying in time, I predict I am now a prophet. And I predict as time progresses, they will become more radicalized. They will become more extreme. Right now, some of them are terrorists. In time, more of them will become more extreme terrorists, and they will destroy humanity both from the inside and from the outside. They will be the worst thing humanity has seen. And it will be also from the inside. I mean, people will just give up living because we're not allowed to enjoy life because we're altruistic. We shouldn't breathe air. We don't deserve to breathe air. The alligators deserve to breathe air. But even the alligators in time will not deserve to breathe air. All life must end. That is where this philosophy ends. This philosophy will destroy all life in the universe. Because as long as life exists, there is a potential of suffering. And these people are against
Yeah, but like,
suffering.
why are you pinning it on vegans and saying these people? Like, there are vegans that believe that predators should all be killed, so they would want to kill crocodiles anyway.
That's what I'm saying. That's exactly
No,
it.
you're not. You're saying that they want to kill themselves and feed themselves to the
These
crocodiles, which
people,
is not
look,
the same thing.
some of the vegans, some of the philosophy is they want to minimize suffering. A lot of them, when you ask them, why are you vegans? What's the that? They would say, oh, it's because I want to minimize suffering in the universe. What, you want to cause suffering? You're causing suffering. We can minimize. We can
They're negative
minimize.
utilitarian.
They say we
Those
can.
people.
They say we can minimize suffering if you don't kill the cow, if you don't eat the chicken, if you don't, well, you're gonna minimize. You can have just a little bit less.
Yeah, that's literally true.
Yes,
So what's
but
wrong
That is
with
true.
that?
That is true,
so
though.
wait, fine. So dial it up to 10, and what does it mean?
But the
It
thing
Why
means
that
do
you
I have
putting
to?
in,
Like, what's
one
my
second.
obligation to take things into
Wait.
extremes?
One second. If you dial it up to 10, then you want to destroy all potential of all life, artificial and natural in any conceivable universe, because as long as there's any potential of any life ever existing, there's the potential of suffering. So you're against, basically you want to destroy the universe. So of course these people are a menace to the very existence of existence. Of course.
I don't think you're bringing up a good argument, because if you're saying we dial it up to 10, and we can bring up multiple things into this, but the thing is, when you're thinking about things like veganism, you aren't immediately dialing up to 10. We can dial it up to 10 then with religion, other people, people who only consume meat, those kinds of things.
You could just talk about altruists too. Vegans are not altruists, like by default, so there's no reason to bring them into it.
Exactly. And why immediately dial it up to 10? Why not just speak about it like now? If you want to dial it up to 10, we can dial almost everything up to 10, and then it would be negatively.
Yeah, I can certainly see what you're saying. Yeah.
Personally, if I want to dial the philosophy of Mr. Slave up to 10, I would say, from knowing you, I would say we would kill everybody who isn't hot.
Hey, wait, why would you say that?
Oh my god, what is that? I know. That wouldn't surprise me, to be honest.
I'm just saying, from knowing you, this is like what I think that your perfect world would be, is we would kill everyone who isn't hot.
No.
Unless they were a guy who was willing to submit to a beautiful woman, then you would let them live.
Yeah, okay. Look, your point is well taken. Maybe I should stop claiming let's dial things to 10. All right, let's keep everything dialed appropriately. I'll take that to heart. All right, next topic.
I don't have any topics that I'm looking at. Do any of you want to bring up a topic? Amber?
I'm not even sure what's going on right now. Like, I had to take a shit, came back, and everyone was like talking about Mr. Slave wants to kill all non-hot women. Very strange.
Yeah, no, just ignore it. We're bringing up another topic. Amber, do you maybe want to bring up a topic?
I wrote down some things. So, I recently found out that the definition of assault isn't to physically touch somebody; it's to like make somebody feel that there's a threat of physical harm. So I was wondering, like, does that count more when it comes to disabled people or like marginalized people? Because like they technically say that when it comes to hate crimes, but what about like the elderly, or like what about people who are small? What about people who are like meek?
What do you mean with assault? Like verbal assault, that the crime should be?
The thing about verbal assault is like that's a threat, but like actual assault could be like posturing to someone. So just like walking up to someone with like the stance that you're going to beat them up would be considered assault, and then actually hitting them would be considered battery. So that's why it's assault and battery. So if you walk up to someone and they feel that you want to do harm to them and that you could inflict harm on them, that would be considered assault. But there are people who can't control their anger, but they can control like their anger impulses. So if someone who's just really pissed off at you is like walking in your general direction, like that would be considered assault in some cases.
That would be considered
considering the victim considering the victim could be compromised in that situation. So I just don't like the definition of that, because it's kind of saying that if you're like stronger than your adversary, you can't be assaulted, essentially.
Yeah, that's called menacing.
You know what I mean? It's like I wouldn't be able to, in theory, like assault like a guy much larger than me in that situation. Like even if I walk toward him with like my hands out, like I want to beat his ass, like apparently that would count as assault.
Yeah, the reason I can explain that. The reason why it's because of that. It's because you also take into account your she her pronouns. I'm trying to be respectful to everybody here.
Did you say what parallels?
are you a woman? Do you use she her pronouns?
Yeah.
I'm trying to be respectful. Yeah.
Yeah.
So basically, they take all of that also up to assaults. It's also more commonly in the justice system. In most countries, that most assault charges are mostly considered lower by people who are disabled, women, and children. That's why if you were to walk up to somebody, it could be for a woman that could be low class menacing, but if a man were to do that to a woman, that could be classed as a high class of menacing.
It's just like, think about it. What if a guy does that to you at like the office every single day, and you don't realize there's a threat because he's smaller than you? But maybe that guy is a black belt, and maybe he actually means it. Maybe he actually will follow through. You know?
Yeah, that's so menacing. But that's on a higher charge then.
Yeah, but it's like one of those things where it's like, if it's not taken seriously, it almost doesn't matter. It's more about how it looks. So I started to look into it more. It's almost like stalking. How stalking is like, you know, like you could basically prove that someone is stalking you, but it wouldn't matter.
Rules of stalking. I don't agree with how stalking is mostly handled in a lot of countries, or how it's handled mostly. The stalking cases, if somebody were to do something to you, then you could report it as stalking.
Basically, they just wait for there to be a crime committed, but the person can stalk the shit out of you if they want to.
Exactly.
So I don't know, that was something that I had written down because I was just thinking about it.
Oh, you guys want to talk about Israel?
So I don't think that there's anything to talk about.
What?
They just got that guy, didn't they? Just get
yeah.
the other day.
I mean, if you'd like to discuss it, I don't have a problem with it.
I don't have.
I'm not like looking at the news right now because of the holiday.
All right. Yeah, maybe then if you don't know a lot about it.
You guys can tell me about it. Like I didn't know.
I mean, I have a neutral position. I have a neutral position about Israel and about Israel.
So what's this?
I don't know a lot. I don't know a lot, and I don't think a lot about it. I think that it was
about
a
the position for me. I just want to know what happened.
They killed.
What do you mean? What happened?
Yesterday, Israel.
Feels like I haven't been online for 2 days.
Israel yesterday killed the leader of the Hamas government / terrorist organization.
You can't call it a government. Hamas is a terrorist organization.
Okay, so
I mean, they are a government, right? They were elected democratically.
Yeah, but you can't call it a government anymore from what they're claiming and what they want to do. It's a terrorist organization. I can't see it as a government, even though they were elected. It's a terrorist organization.
Well, they're a terrorist government, right? Like,
Korea, you can't say that about Hamas.
Nah, you can't say it.
So what's the solution to the endless wars in the Middle East?
That somebody were to mediate.
Yeah, I could just blow it up.
That somebody were to mediate an agreement of a two-state solution or a solution in the Arab countries with Israel, most possibly a higher country like the United States, would mediate terms between them.
Okay, but
that's already happened like a bunch of times.
Yeah,
but then it would happen again with I think them a bit of stricter rules. For a two-state solution that Israel wouldn't attack anymore unless Hamas were to attack again, and that Hamas should disband.
Okay, I mean they haven't laid down their weapons. Like Hamas hasn't surrendered. Hezbollah has not.
Iran.
No one has surrendered. Why should like? What's the point of creating a state for people who are at war with you? You're like gifting them what they asked for. So
yeah, but you're talking about a solution, and the solution would be a two-state solution.
But Okay, so but how do you make sure that a state that you give them, they don't turn into another Lebanon, Hezbollah, Iran, endless rockets,
Having having a stronger country with a
Lebanon?
stronger military mediated.
Lebanon? Lebanon is not strong. Yemen? Yemen is not strong. Why is Yemen
I
firing
think
rockets?
America is has a much stronger military than most
Okay, look,
Arabic
how do you
countries.
look? Lebanon is a normal country. Syria is a normal country. I can go on the whole list. There's a list of normal countries that are at war with Israel. So why would Israel want to create another country that is inside it? It doesn't make any sense. That will fire
That's
rockets.
next to it, and so wouldn't they want to end the war? I think
Who?
if the
Why would
I
they?
think I think nobody would
They
want to
can.
go to war.
They can end the
And
war.
if they would have a solution that
They
if they
can.
would have a solution, a two-state
They
solution,
can end the
where they
war.
wouldn't fight each other and
They,
possibly live to get next to each other in a perfect way, then
what?
I think that
They
they'd
can.
choose that over.
But they can do that right now. No one is stopping Hezbollah from laying down their weapons instead of getting butchered daily. No one is stopping Hamas from laying down their weapons. Netanyahu keeps saying, lay down your weapons. We don't want to kill you. We don't want to keep bombing you out of existence. Please lay down your weapons and let's live like neighbors. He keeps saying that. He keeps saying that every day. What?
Hasn't said that.
What do you mean? He said that
He keeps
multiple
calling. He
times.
keeps calling Palestinians. He keeps calling Palestinians onto a negative light and saying they should be eradicated.
No, he
And he's not
doesn't.
just talking about Hamas.
But he
No, he-
hasn't eradicated them, right? Like, so this isn't
No,
like
but he's
this
talking
isn't
about it.
congruous
He's
with his
talking
action.
about it in a federative manner. So
Are you?
Which
So
you
he
would
can't
do
just-
if someone killed like 1,000 of your people, like at a festival.
yeah, that is true. But I don't think he was talking about all of them. I do agree that I don't agree with that. People should say that Israel should not have done anything back. I do believe that every country or every state has the right to defend itself, no matter what. If a country attacks you, you have every right to defend yourself against that country. But I do think when there's a moment where there's a whole part of the country that's inhabitable anymore, and you're threatening everybody, making everybody move from one place to another, bombing that place, all those kinds of things, I think then you're in the wrong.
But those people created that situation, right? They elected that government.
It
They
doesn't
allowed
matter.
them to put like.
It doesn't matter who.
It could have also been because we don't know. It
It
could have also
doesn't
been that the
matter.
government is corrupt.
It doesn't matter. Netanyahu
How
said.
does that not matter?
Listen to what I'm saying. Netanyahu said, "Lay down your weapons. Let's stop the fighting." He keeps saying that to the Arabs. He says, "Stop the fighting. We don't want to kill you. We have to kill you if you keep fighting. Stop fighting." You didn't hear him say that?
The thing is, we don't know if he's true to his word.
Well,
He did
Well,
obliterate all of them in like a week.
because he hasn't kept his promise about the. I don't know how the agreement is called. There's agreement between Israel, Palestine, and Egypt about these kinds of things, because them fighting has been going on longer.
Okay.
And Palestine is basically a shut country, and Egypt can't take them in because of what's happening between them and Israel, because technically they are allies, even though they don't want to be, but they have a contract that Palestine should have become an Arab country or an Arab state.
All right. So what's the solution? Look. So you have to explain to me what is the cause of the war, the endless war, and only then can we go forth to talk about a solution. What is causing? What's causing it?
Israel came into the country of Palestine and took it over, and made them live into a smaller part. Palestine does keep attacking back. Hamas does keep attacking back. So the solution would be that Hamas should be disbanded.
Hold on.
That a new government should be elected, possibly with also
Wait.
possibly also
Wait.
with somebody who is in the Israeli government.
Wait.
Why aren't you letting me finish?
Because
that's the thing with you. You keep talking about letting other people, letting you finish, but then I'm going into my point, and you don't let me finish. Why should I let you speak now?
No, hold on.
I want to continue what you were asking me. And now you're not letting me finish.
No, I said before we talk about the solution, let's make sure we understand the cause. You brought up a cause. We didn't discuss what you brought up, and you're now running back to talking about a solution. I want to.
You said solution and cause. I'm saying what happened, and I'm saying what I would think would be a solution.
Wait,
I think the solution would be that. Yeah,
just the cause.
I talked about the cause.
No, don't talk.
And then I'm also saying, and I'm also.
No, I want to discuss.
Are you gonna let me fucking finish?
No, I want to discuss the cause. I don't want to discuss the solution. We've discussed the solution.
You know the cause about this war. If you know a lot about, do you know what caused the war between Israel and Palestine? If you don't, then I don't think we could continue this debate.
Okay, slow down. Look,
I'm getting angry.
I'm sorry. Look, I want to separate cause from solution. I want to first do an analysis. We all need to vote unanimously on the cause, and then only can we move on to actually solving and talking about the solution. So forget about the solution. That we first have to all agree on what is the cause. So
I think everybody would agree that the cause is that after World War II, Israel, people who were Jewish then came into Palestine because Palestine let them in, and even before that, there has been trouble with that land. Before it wasn't even called that, but we can go into that, but we don't because that could be 20 hours long. But then after that, Israel basically took over the country and then gave the Palestinians a smaller country to live in than they were.
Okay, so you said
the reason why they keep attacking is because they want their country back, even though Israel is now seen as a country or a state.
So, wait, Rover, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I don't agree with that. There was the war with the Ottoman Empire, right? It was the fall of the Ottoman Empire that the British had control of that land.
Yeah.
And they divided it between Palestinians and Israelis. But Israelis bought the land. They didn't just
and then after in World War II, when more Israelis came over, they then continued taking most of the land. And some land wasn't bought in. Some land wasn't bought in. It was mostly because they were in the war. They took a lot of the land.
Hold on.
And gave smaller parts of the land to Palestinian people.
Okay, hold on. So my question is,
what's up?
Hey, what's up? So, go ahead. You want to talk?
Go ahead.
So the question is, look, you could say that the Americans came to America and took the land away from the Indians, and also natives, and also they conquered Texas from Mexico, and Mexico these are Spaniards who took the land from the Inca, and South America these are Portuguese who took the land from the Inca, and it's like, but no one, there's no wars in the entire American continent. There's basically no wars. I mean, there's drug wars, but there's no wars like the Inca.
Drug wars is a war.
Hold on, what?
Drug wars is a war.
That's fine, but there's no wars like the Inca against the Portuguese from Portugal. So my question is, why is the Middle East still bubbling with this nonsense from a million years ago, What happened
Because
when the first Jesus came to the land and they bought it from God? Why are we talking about? Why is the Middle East so bizarre? That
because it wasn't a million years ago. Reason why it's now come up again, it's because after World War II, like I said, it became a thing again for them. It became a thing again.
World War II for me is 1 trillion years ago. It should not come.
Oh,
No one
my
knows.
God!
No
I'm
one
sorry.
knows. No one knows even what World War II was. No one cares.
Oh my God! Are
Why?
you that?
No.
Yeah, World War
It
II.
do-
There's still
it does-
people who live
No.
who were in World War II.
There's some people who lived who were slaves in America. There's
Yeah.
always
So
some people.
so do you think that's also a trillion years ago? Because slavery still exists.
Look, America, you can, it's more or less that there's no civil war between the Americans this and the Americans that. Basically, America is prosperous and no one is firing rockets and blowing up everything every day and every night. Why is
Because America is a first world country with a larger military. That's why.
So because America there's a big military, that's why there's no
Yes, that's why.
You think
That's why America is one of the biggest militaries in the world.
Wait a minute. So you think that in America there's no civil war, there's no active civil
There is civil wars, but it's much less than in Arab countries or in
Fine.
third or
Why?
second world countries because of their military and their government.
So you think the reason why there is no civil war in America?
There is civil wars. There is civil wars in
but it's
America.
look at
There
the end.
has been, but the reason why
you go-
it isn't that big as now is because of the military and their government.
You
Because
think
their government is much better than in second or third
you
world
think
countries.
you
Like
think
for example, a country where I'm from, Nigeria, there's civil wars there and all that because the government and the military suck.
hold on. So you think in America New York doesn't bomb New Jersey is because America is a big military?
Oh my God! Don't you fucking get my point?
No.
I'm sorry, but I keep re-explaining it to you.
Yeah. I'm listening.
I'm sorry, I keep re-explaining it to you. I keep saying there is civil wars in there, but it isn't as common in America.
No.
Because of the government and
Listen.
and their military. Yes,
No,
you can also bring other countries into this.
Wait, hold on. No. Listen to the question. Why isn't New York bombing New Jersey and New Jersey, New
Because
York?
it's
Why?
because they're two states in a country that
How is it?
aren't bombing each other. They aren't in war. They don't agree. They don't
Why?
disagree with each other. They're under a
Why?
government. They're under a government.
Why? Why is the Middle East
Why?
always bubbling? Why?
Because it's a
Because of
third world country more often, and they have more often disagreements with other countries than most first world countries.
Look, I'm trying to recreate. Listen, I'm trying.
You're trying to make yourself look smarter than you are.
Hey, that's not nice. Look, all I'm trying to do, I'm trying to recreate the beauty that is the United States. I'm trying to recreate that in the Middle East. How can we do that? What's the difference? What's causing the Middle East to bubble? The U.S., there was a civil war in 1860. It's not like the U.S., they had a civil war. It was very bloody. So, things can bubble up in the U.S. too. But the fact is, the U.S. is now, the U.S. Why? Why is the U.S. now so peaceful and successful and everybody's doing business together, but in the Middle East, everybody's blowing up each other? Why?
Because, like I told you, their government, the Arabic governments are more often corrupt. They're more often, I'd say, evil. They more often do things to satisfy their own needs. That's why. And there's more often than times that there come wars, the civil wars, all these kinds of things. It's more often happen in third or second world countries because often their governments aren't as good as governments in first world countries, or in Europe, for example, or in America.
Hold on 1 second. So look, in Israel, there is like almost all the time. Look, the citizens of Gaza, they're not laying down their weapons. The citizens of Lebanon, they're not laying down their weapons. The citizens, maybe at least these like Hezbollah, that's like 100,000 soldiers. I don't know how many
Yes,
thousands.
but the reason mostly they aren't laying down their weapons is because Israel has strong allies.
No.
They,
Why?
he can
Why?
he can call on to China or he can call on to North Korea.
No. Why are the Arabs so bubbly and wanting to blow up Israel?
I just fucking told you already before, even with government, it's because of their disagreement with World War II, when they were buying land, yes, but instead when more Jewish people came into there, they were instead of buying land, they were taking it and giving a smaller stake. Let me fucking finish, or else I'm actually gonna get pissed. And then after, Israel was talking. I don't know if you've seen the TikTok. I can send it to you in chat if I can look it up.
Did you
But
know?
Israel believed that they should have
know?
more countries than they should have more land than they already have. They should have a part, and they call it the true Jewish state.
But you know that when Israel was first created, it was given a tiny piece of land, and Israel on its first day, it said to the Arabs, we want to live side by side, we want to have peace. Israel was tiny, much tinier than it is now, and the Arabs, hold on,
yes,
I let you finish.
agree,
hold on, I let you finish. And then instead of making peace and living side by side, all the Arab countries in the region came in to destroy the country that was just created. And the very Arabs living within Israel left Israel because they were told by the Arab leaders, leave because we're coming in to kill everyone. So, be careful. We're coming in. So that's how the Palestinians, that's how Gaza was created originally, because they ran away during that attack by the Arab armies. And then the Israelis had no chance. They had no choice. So then they went out for all war, and they conquered, and they had to conquer much more land.
That's completely false.
No, that's what do you mean?
I'm sorry, but that's not true.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
True?
No, what isn't true?
About
you know who I heard this from? Do you know Destiny?
Oh my god, don't bring that fucking guy into this. He's as schizophrenic as it can get.
Anyway, so
that's not a rebuttal of
that's
happened,
not. So he has done a very deep dive into Israel, and I've listened to a lot of his debates. And whenever he debated,
and Hassan debunked it, and Hassan debunked him on his debates about Israel and Palestine.
Okay,
Hassan has not debunked anybody.
He has. Have you seen the video?
Hold on.
I don't need to see the video.
I listened. Okay. I listened to many of Destiny's debates. So in all the debates, Destiny mopped the floor thoroughly with anyone who opposed him about Israel, basically. So to tell me that anyone debunked him, I don't. How? Like I
saw. And the thing is, I do believe Destiny has some good debate topics, like for example, abortion or feminism.
No, it doesn't matter. Look,
with this right now with Israel, he doesn't.
The point is, okay, let me ask you.
He did get debunked multiple times.
Let's assume. Okay, it doesn't matter. Let's assume Destiny's correct. Let's assume the story.
I'm not going to assume he's correct.
Okay. How do you want to fix this issue? Like you might. All you're offering,
like I said, if I could fix the
you're
issue
just offering the same fix.
Israel and Gaza.
You're just offering the same fix that everyone has been offering for the past 1 million years. It's not working. So
except stronger mediations. What do you
that's
think they should use?
okay.
Did you
But
think
look,
did you think
who?
Palestine
What?
should not exist?
What are you talking? Israel has nuclear weapons. What's stronger? What are you talking about? Stronger. Look, everyone
Stronger
has been
mediations.
fine. Everyone has tried everything. You're not bringing anything new to the table. So
What do you think should happen then?
Oh, good question. So I have a solution, but I
There
was
we go.
waiting. I was waiting for you to ask that question.
Is it a final?
I want you to first give up your
I'm not giving anything up. I can't say it. I can't say it because you're probably fucking mad at me. But you think you're right about everything while you're not, and you then continue.
He's right about this stuff, right?
He
Like, I
has
mean,
an
the
opinion.
Jews didn't even.
No, Rover. He has an
Yeah.
opinion about something, and I respect his opinion. And then he asked me, "What do you think I should do?"
Sure.
I think there should be a two-state solution with stronger mediations this time, and more consequences onto Israel.
That's what Destiny said.
Onto Israel?
No, that's what Destiny said in one of his debates with a Jew from Israel, and that Jew said, "You're not bringing anything new to the table. You're just repeating the same solution everyone has been offering for the past 1 billion years, or who knows however long." I just repeated what that Jew said because then Destiny shut up. Destiny didn't have a comeback.
What do you think then should happen? Do you then think Palestine should just not exist?
No, listen. Destiny in response said, usually people don't actually make good points, but this guy's actually making a good point. I actually don't know what to say to that. That was Destiny's response. It wasn't in a debate. It was like somebody reviewed Destiny's video, and Destiny's reviewed their video, the Jewish guy, and Destiny didn't have a response, didn't have a comeback. He never ever came back with a response. Like, besides keep offering again and again and again and again and again, the two-state solution, yeah, we heard that about 1 trillion times. Okay, we heard. That's not working out for whatever reason. It's not getting that's not moving us forward. I don't know why. That's not working. So we're not analyzing. We're probably, I would say, Dr. Alpha, you're hot miking. So we're not either we're not figuring out the problem properly, or I don't know what. Like, we're probably my feeling, we're not understanding the problem. No one on the planet understands the problem. That's why everybody keeps resorting to this so-called solution that has not worked for the past 1 billion trillion years. Has not worked. I
agree that hasn't worked. Like, I agree with that.
So let it go. Obviously, that means we don't understand. No one understands the problem. No one on the planet, not a single person understands the problem. Not a single one. Because everyone keeps saying, two-state solution, everybody keeps repeating that. But that, okay, we know.
Something?
What?
Well, I mean, because it's already been tried, and in the face of, like...
Wait, Dr. Dr. Alpha, go ahead.
Yeah.
So what's your position on it? If you don't advocate for the two-state solution, what would the one-state solution look like?
I didn't say one state. I just said we don't understand the problem. Go ahead, Da Vinci. What did you also want to say?
Also, I would say that there seems to be a three-state situation here, because there's three governments, right? There's the government in Israel, there's the government in West Bank, and there's the government in Gaza.
But what is the problem?
Yeah, that's true.
Can't run to a solution. Look, in engineering, we don't solve a problem before we first analyze it, make sure our analysis is correct, make predictions, test it, we understand the problem. Who is hot miking?
Sometimes you just stumble on a solution. It's not always planned ahead.
No. In engineering, you don't give up. As an engineer,
I agree.
You don't give up. You figure it out. We have to stop this laziness of not figuring things out and running to solutions. We're just getting more people killed, more bombing and bombing and bombing and bombing. It's never going to end. It's going to end with the planet is going to blow up at this rate. This is where we're heading. We have to stop behaving so lazily and stop and think. Okay, maybe we're wrong about the problem. Maybe we're wrong about the problem. Maybe we didn't understand the problem. Maybe the problem is completely different. Maybe.
Maybe.
Maybe. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Who's eating soup?
Oh, you can hear me. You can hear me eating. I mean, yum 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 yum. I'm eating cereal.
That's cereal? Isn't it like
Yeah.
like midnight?
It's 12 minutes past 2 in the morning right now.
So it's an
I'm not
early.
talking to you guys
It's
about the fan.
where are you from? It's 3:13 for me.
In the
I'm
morning?
Irish.
Oh, you're Irish.
Wait, you're in Zimbabwe? Zimbabwe?
Who, me?
Yeah.
No,
said
I'm in
Nigeria.
Holland.
Holland? What is it?
Yeah, I
Oh,
am
okay.
I'm half Nigerian. No, but I'm from Holland.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Wow. So you wear wooden shoes?
No, I don't. It's only in like it's an old thing with like culture, and there's a holiday behind it.
Oh, it's not like people didn't actually used to wear wooden shoes?
They did, mostly it was farmers, but there's also a holiday behind it called Sinterklaas.
Oh, sounds like Santa Claus. That sounds like Santa Claus.
Yeah,
Santa.
it's older. It's also kind of like Santa Claus for us. It basically is Sinterklaas, or you can call him Saint Nicholas. Is basically
Oh.
he comes from I don't, let me look it up.
It
I know
doesn't
it.
matter.
He comes in November until 5 December, and basically he comes in a boat from Spain, and he brings gifts to children who are nice, and children who aren't nice, he brings them wooden sticks,
Oh my god.
and he puts it in their shoe.
Free wooden sticks, you know. If I'm bad enough, I'll start like a wooden stick
Oh my
empire.
Wait.
But I love
Okay.
that. That's good.
Okay.
For some reason,
Anyway.
Santa puts coal in your stockings or something, doesn't it? What are you supposed to do?
Yeah.
It's much more valuable
and then
these days too.
and then on 5 December, mostly you would trick kids into thinking like he had Sinterklaas had like henchmen who you'd call Peter, who would go into I don't know what it's called, like chimneys. Who would go into chimneys and then put the presents in the kids' shoes, and then you would make the kids believe that one of those Peter brought like a big bag of presents on 5 December, because then he's supposed to leave.
Mm-hmm.
Fascinating.
Now people don't have chimneys like in newer houses. You know, they don't have like a fireplace or whatever.
Oh, we do a
I wonder
lot
how
here.
that works. You do, yeah.
Yeah, we do a lot. Even in even with apartments, they would then often, I did this for my brother. They would then often, we have like these kinds of chimneys for other kinds of things, and they have it in like a lower part of like the apartment. You would put like all kinds of bags there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I love Christmas.
Christmas was a good holiday.
Yeah, it's amazing. Christmas in Manhattan is like unbelievable. It's so beautiful. Anyway, are you guys staying? Because I think I'm gonna maybe cut the stream short and maybe go do some physics later.
I was gonna stay.
I'm gonna stay unless we're gonna talk about physics, because I'm not that good in physics.
Okay.
I'm only good in history, or talking about like, for example, with child development or other kinds of things.
Wait, I couldn't hear you. What?
Oh, I
What kind
said
of thing?
I'm not that good with physics. I'm only good with like history, child development, like other kinds of issues,
Oh, okay,
like
yeah,
racism, those kinds of issues. I'm only good with that.
Okay, I'll be back later. I'll see you later. Bye. All right. I gotta get more water, and I want to do more physics. I'm just thinking, should I cut the stream? Usually, if I cut the stream, it's gonna take me a long time to restart the stream because I take long breaks. So the best thing, let me see what's going on the other server. Let me see what's going on with these guys.
Are two planets that are like sibling planets. They're almost identical but
Oh my
opposite.
God, what a waste of time debating this. That's all they do. They just debate nonsense, endless nonsense. Wait, let me undo this.
Crap.
Earth and Mars are similar to one another? How?
I know.
Forget it. All right. Let's. I should have a separate room. I should have another VC. No, actually, as long as they're on the VC, then everyone can join them. That's fine. They don't need me. Let me see. I need to get more water. Let me get more water. You know what? You can listen to them, and then I'll go get more water.
My friend that got murdered.
Oh, hey.
Speak of the devil.
What's up?
Yeah, I'm just I'm going to get water, so the stream is going, so that everyone is listening to you.
Cool, clean water.
All right. Jeez, how long have we been here for?
I should have been
But
going a couple
time
minutes
passes
ago, Joe.
differently. You know? Time flies when you're having fun. You know what I'm saying?
This
I
is
need
fun.
to eat some. It's like 8 o'clock.
How did you guys discover Mr. Slave?
Oh,
Okay. This was there was this one vegan server. It's called Vegan World. I think you're familiar with it.
Oh, Vegan World.
So there was
yeah,
this
yeah,
whole
yeah.
conspiracy theory that he was this vegan called Sebi. So I decided to eventually join the server like months ago, like back in February.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't recently start like debating him like until recently.
Okay.
I just one time he put it in like the Veganist Against Troll server, and I just joined.
Oh, okay. I can't remember how I joined. I joined fairly recently.
I don't know anything
Vegans
about this
Against
fucking
Trolls?
guy until I don't know anything
Yeah,
about this
maybe.
fucking guy until now.
Vegans Against Trolls sucks. They put me on some sort of restriction and said it was for pedophilia. And it's because I caught this catfish person and
Was that
they're claiming to be a 17-year-old girl when they're actually like a 34-year-old guy.
Was that Dust Bunny?
Yeah, Dust Bunnies. Dust
Yeah,
Bunnies
yeah.
has been telling people that when they were 17, I groomed them or had like a sexual thing with them, and it's first of all not true, and second of all, they were never a 17-year-old girl in the first place. They're a 34-year-old guy named David Sharon living in Canada. Like
Yeah,
I found their identity and I posted.
Yeah, who was the ones that like voided you for that? Who's like the ones that restricted you?
I don't know because I left the server, but when I tried to talk about it, they just mocked me for it. Like it was part of their server. You could probably go see it.
That sounds like Mari and Johnny.
Area.
That sounds like Mari and Johnny.
Mari is like crazy. Mari got banned from Vegan World for saying like the M word with the hard R. I was there when she got banned.
Yeah, dude, they were so like racist and like everything.
Yeah,
like, so insulting.
Mari has done some shit even before the veganism server. I looked her like a bit up because I'm curious. She has a whole thing
Mari's
about
also not vegan.
No, that's true. Mari has also like a whole thing about TikTok. TikTok with about a whole kind of shit, like, for example, with the Quran and the Bible, that she's twerking on it, and all these kinds of things. And apparently she's had some drama. And apparently she's had some drama before with other friends about certain types of fakes.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like the fact that they posted that like next to my name or anything, but I also don't want to argue with those people because I don't feel like there's a lot to be gained from it.
People should be dead.
It's drama. It seems to be like an ironic server.
Yeah. Oh, and her feminist activist gang server is insane.
Wait, who's the feminist activist gang server?
It's Mari's server. She's the owner of it. It's insane.
It's really weird
I was talking.
Pipeline is.
What did you say?
Also, it's really crazy how the pick me girl the feminism pipeline is.
I'd agree. I do classify myself as a feminist, but I do agree that can be really pick me. I believe in old feminism, where it's equality of both sexes, men and women.
Mm-hmm.
But it's come to now that's only favored to women. It was first of men and women. Like, for example, that men don't have to go to the military when they're 18. That they can take other kinds of jobs except hardworking labor. Those kinds of things I agree with.
The thing is, if you're an honest, like, I don't know what to say. If you're a real feminist, you should just be considered an overall humanitarian. You know, like, that's more my goal, is to get everyone even. And like, I just think we should eliminate the draft in general. Like, I hate certain gender-based arguments that are like that, because it's like, if something shouldn't exist, then why would I argue that it should exist for one gender as opposed to the other or both? Like, I just want it to exist for neither.
I agree completely, and that was what old feminism was about. But that's why I say I believe in old feministic values. I don't believe in feminism now, where it's kill all men and these kinds of things.
Yeah, but at the same time, I can see where those people are coming from. It's one of those things where it's like,
I can, but it's at the same time I find it also a bit childish. And yeah, then you can also say that's not all men, but at the same time, why are you saying it then? Why don't you say kill all rapists or kill all pedophiles then? You could say
that's been
that.
my issue for a long time, is like, there's already clarifying words. Like, I can't say shit about all women, or like any other demographic. It's considered like bigotry, you know?
And when your abuser is a woman, they don't have anything to say about it. They're just really cool about it.
Most cases of abuse that the women abuse are often get ignored.
Yeah, it's frustrating. It's really frustrating because, like, whenever I brought up the fact I was abused by a woman, people typically just blame it on my dad and say that I like made up the thing about it being a woman, and it's like, dude, what the fuck?
I completely had the same. It was my mom for me. I had the same completely.
People are just so willing to like say your face.
They're often willing to believe that a man
people
would
are
do
like,
something.
well, why don't you pursue it and like call the police? It's like, well, I've had like 3 people tell me to my face they don't believe me, so why would I tell the police?
And sometimes the cops will be like, I don't believe you, or like, you know.
Yeah, and I can't have physical evidence of it, so what the hell would I do about it?
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Where's everybody from?
They're from like everywhere at this point.
I already said I'm Irish, so Ireland, yeah.
I'm half Dutch, half Nigerian.
Cool.
That's an interesting combo. I'm technically Russian and Dominican.
Yeah, I don't understand the combo. I mean, I get how my parents met my dad's My dad works in internal police, and he once went to a conference in Nigeria about making their police better, and then he met my mom.
That's interesting. Like, when someone asked me where my parents met, I was like, dude, it's just America. Like, everyone's from everywhere. It wasn't like special.
Yeah, America's very like, it's like multi-ethnic, multicultural, like whatever, you know.
In the Netherlands, it's just Dutch people or Moroccan. Literally literally only that. Especially in like shitty states. I mean provinces like Overijssel, which is where I'm from.
That's funny.
Yeah.
That kind of sounds like when people in the UK talk about like Pakistani people.
Just be careful of doxing yourself on the internet, though, right? You know?
Oh, Overijssel is fucking big. You will never be able to find me.
Dude, like these people on the internet with their open source intelligence gathering skills are like just psychotic.
Oh, I have the same with that. I study computers, and I have a certification for white hat hacking, but it's
nice.
Only reason why you can find something about somebody. So if you have a picture, if you have a last name, if I tell you I'm from a state or from a country or that, and you know my first name, I could be lying to you. I could not have said my real name, and there's a million other people who live in that state or that country with the same name.
Mm-hmm.
The people who doxed me were like legit so stupid last year because like they did it, but then they thought that some random police officer in my town was my dad.
Oh my god, I found something so funny. I mean, I was challenged to do it by somebody who was a Diddy. I'm just gonna call him that.
Okay.
And
yeah,
and basically he said, yeah, you won't find shit about me and those kinds of things. I only did it because I wanted to, because he challenged me, and I always like a challenge. And then that guy was begging me for not to show it. I said, I won't. Just don't challenge me the next time. And because it's easy to find shit about somebody, especially if you have a Facebook page. That's why I don't have one.
Yeah, everybody's got like Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, LinkedIn is one of the big ones for like like everywhere you went to school and work, just like all there. Like,
oh, Facebook can also be very dangerous.
Yeah.
You wanna know why? Everybody who you can look who likes your post even if you don't follow, or if you're not the person. So then you can see somebody with a last name, or you can see somebody who's often liked your post. Then you can look back into their accounts. Then you can possibly find a parent or somebody. You can look back further into that. You can then also probably see where they're from which state or kind of city. And then you can look into schools in that city with their name, and then you can just find everything.
Yeah, and the schools publish the yearbook. They have like a yearbook. They have like, there's like a sports team, or there's like, and they publish on their website and stuff, or on their Facebook page, and it's just like, oh my god.
Exactly.
And this is all tying as well into the deepfake AI stuff as well, where people are making like graphic images and videos of like their friends, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, someone actually told me before. He records people on Discord so that he can take their voices for shit like that. And that sentence that they make you say, it's like one quick fox jumps over the greyhound, you know, to put it into Google. He said if you use the word fuck instead of the word fox, because it's really hard to get the word fox like out of someone's mouth unless it's like someone's screen name or something, it will work.
Okay. Yeah, once you have all the
And he
phonetics
said for the
language,
rest of it, you just like splice stuff together, and I'm just like, that's so disturbing. So hound, he'll just take the word like home and like ground and like splice it together.
Yeah, I mean, what if they record me? I mean, what I'm gonna do? My OnlyFans, I'll have to shut it down. I won't be getting in all this revenue. You know, sexy Irish accent.
Yeah, what I don't like about it is like they would use it just to bully people into this crazy submission. And it would send people to like the hospital.
I was joking about having an OnlyFans where I just had where I just speak, you know, Irish AS.
Like from home. Oh no, that's Patreon.
The Patreon, yeah.
I was listening to your conversation. Really interesting stuff.
Oh, that's fucking background.
I made myself some protein shake.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You put like protein powder in it or what?
Yeah, of course. But I noticed that I barely have any milk left for the morning, for my morning coffee.
How come you're always running low on milk? What's going on?
How do you know I'm always low on milk? How do you know that?
That's true.
Last time I was talking to you, weren't you low on stuff as well? Like,
Mm-hmm.
He was low on milk the last time he
I'm
talked
always
to me.
I'm always buying just a little bit. I don't know why. I never buy
Buy a big bulk.
I don't know.
Oh, but my dad, he's like a hoarder. He buys like 3 liters. Like
Isn't it like
multiple
in
3
America
liter
that you
cartons.
can buy like that you can buy like a
Gallon,
or like
yeah.
a lot? Yeah, that you can buy like a gallon.
Crazy, yeah.
That's insane to me that you can buy like gallons of stuff.
And then they talk about like putting on weight, like they they do wrestling and stuff. So they drink like a gallon of milk, they put on weight so they get like bigger and stronger.
And then just
And they're like,
eggs too.
yeah.
Gross.
Disgusting.
20 eggs, 2 gallons of milk, pot of spaghetti.
Wait, Amber, what's your favorite food?
I don't know, dude. I really like cucumbers.
Cucumbers? Oh, you're a vegan.
Yeah.
Oh. And
I thought it'd be like sorry, go on.
Favorite fruit? Isn't cucumber a vegetable?
Yeah.
It's technically a berry.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yes.
I always
Or
get
banana.
thrown off. Like peanuts are really a legume, and I'm like, what the fuck? They just seem like a nut, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't eat those, and I eat like almonds. And...
All right. Let's go. Let's continue watching this guy.
In some ways, Faraday had explored the natural world as well. He became a beloved, very successful public lecturer. He continued the tradition Humphrey Davy had done at the Royal Institution, giving these very, very well-attended so-called Christmas lectures. He's still continued from the Royal Institution to this day. Faraday would really fill the lecture hall and give these dazzling, spectacular demonstrations of electrical effects and chemical change and all this. That's part of why he became so beloved and well-known in his lifetime. You can't quite see him in raving. It's hard to tell, but this really was the definition of popular. The tickets were not too expensive. That's partly how very young and poor Faraday himself was able to attend as a child. It wasn't like attending, the fanciest opera performance in high elite London. There was a kind of, there'd be cheap seats. You can see how large the hall was. So they're very nice, fancy seats that then as now were expensive, and tickets would go to the affluent and well-to-do. But there really was what we today would call a kind of outreach. There was a real effort to reach across several kind of social and economic classes, not all the way, but broader than only the very elite. And they became a really beloved kind of city institution within London. People would come in from out of town to attend them. It became an annual tradition, and Faraday became especially beloved as a presenter in that tradition. So they really were reaching not only people who had any interest in that.
But this was private. The Royal Institution was private, right? It wasn't government-owned run. It was just private lords or something, probably.
Philosophy was really the kind of a way of showing a kind of sophistication and a way for members of the so-called aspiring classes, meaning those who weren't so well to do, to be able to participate in things that they saw the real elites doing. So it really had a interesting social cross-section to it. Historians written a lot of issues about it. They really were talked about broadly, covered in the broadsheet newspapers. In this time period, the main mechanisms were largely books. So even scientists, like what we would call physicists, were mostly writing monographs and sometimes writing short articles for fellow specialists. There were scientific journals, including some of the earliest that been founded in England, going back to the 1660s, similar ones in other parts of Europe. But the real kind of transfer mechanisms were often through monographs, and partly why Maxwell's treatise that we'll talk about later today became so widely known and so influential. There were then these lectures. There were also so-called itinerant lecturers, people who made their whole living just giving popular lectures on topics like electricity, town to town. So not just in London, but to the outskirts, and likewise throughout provincial France and other places. So there were kind of popular lectures. In that sense, you can think of it almost like PBS television today, like Nova specials. But for fellow specialists, they were just the start of.
What are you talking about? PBS is it's government funded. It's like YouTube. YouTube is private people. He doesn't know there's YouTube. So all he has is PBS? PBS? What does PBS do? I mean, they have some shows on YouTube, but most of YouTube is like private citizens.
professional meetings, the British Association of Advancement Science, are having annual meetings. This work will become so familiar with fellow specialists. Sometimes those will be covered in the national newspapers. It was a hodgepodge. Some things would look familiar to us, some things might seem a little more unusual. But Faraday wrote books and books in some articles, for example. And certainly some of those would get into the curriculum for universities. We'll talk more about that actually, especially later today in the next passage. But the way that kind of fellow researchers interact with fellow researchers, it was largely through books, sometimes through journals, and through these different kinds of lectures. Great. I'm going to move on. These are great questions. I'll try to answer more than I'll get to as we go further. But I want to get to one of the topics that was really, really high on Faraday's list of most important. This is really going to set our kind of agenda for several classes to come. And that's what was called the ether, a presumptive, a hypothetical medium that pretty much everyone that we're going to talk about, Faraday included, just assumed, they kind of knew, they had an extremely strong confidence that this medium was filling all of space, filled every nook and cranny of the universe. And that it was this medium that filled everything that enabled various processes to affect one another. That was the kind of interconvertibility of forces. Why did electrical effects lead to magnetic effects? Because they're both ultimately effects of this ether that connects everything. So what's the ether? Just during Faraday's own childhood,
it's unbelievable how he's saying this. He's not realizing that is what we call the vacuum. We just give it a different name, a more misleading name. It's the same as the ether. What's the difference?
Another kind of amateur British naturalist named Thomas Young, building on some work by French scholars from around the same time, right around the year 1800, had advanced a wave theory of light. This is opposite actually to Isaac Newton's theory of light, who had a particle and a corpuscle. So Thomas Young, like some of the French scholars as well, suggested a whole bunch of optical phenomena like interference, like reflection and refraction, could really only be made sense of if light was a series of waves. And I'm sure you've seen this. It's a very simple illustration. If two waves are perfectly in sync with each other, we say in phase, you can get constructive interference. The peaks will become larger than either wave alone. The troughs become deeper. Of course, if those two waves are exactly out of sync with each other, they're perfectly out of phase, you can get destructive interference, and the result together instead of anything. So Young and others were convinced that these interference phenomena were natural indications that light is a wave phenomenon. Then the next question is, well, waves of what? Waves in what? Ocean waves are clearly waves of water. Sound waves are compressions of waves in the atmosphere, in the air. What are waves of? So they said, well, any wave they know about is a wave in some medium. There must be a medium that carries these light waves. It's called a luminiferous ether, which is a very fancy word. You can see how I parse it here. If you remember either Latin or Harry Potter, I find it equally helpful. Think about the lumos spell in Harry Potter. The lumini just means light, referring to light. Ferrous means carrying, think like a Ferris wheel. So the formal name of luminiferous ether really just means the light carrying or the light bearing ether. This was a medium in which light traveled, in which everything, all of the physical phenomena were immersed, which is why these folks would never said the stuff in the world is elementary particles traveling in vacuum. There is no vacuum. Everything at root is filled with ether. That's where they were starting from.
But there is no elementary particles. They're all waves. It's all waves in fields.
So why would you need a medium for light? Again, even before, around the same time as Thomas Young in England, a number of French scholars had found that the speed of light, the speed at which light waves travel, depends on the medium in which they're traveling.
It can't be particles because you know that they are waves. How do you explain the Young's waves? My God.
They're slower in water than in air. That's opposite, by the way, than sound waves. Sound waves travel more quickly in a dense medium. And that led to things like Snell's law, the whole kind of set of knowledge about refraction and how light behaves when it crosses from one type of medium to another. You can characterize these media in terms of what we know as an index of refraction. And so everything about the behavior of these waves seemed to depend on the medium through which they were traveling. So there must be some kind of baseline or reference medium, the ether, with respect to which any of these deviations would then be measured. So water is one type of medium. Even if you take all the water away and have a kind of evacuated chamber, you still have light waves traveling in the remaining ether. That was how they organized these studies. So much for light. What about other things like electricity and magnetism? So again, during Faraday's early career, by this point he was already kind of ensconced in the Royal Institution, still working closely with people like Humphrey Davy. There was a headline-grabbing event, not found in Britain, but actually nearby in Denmark. So when another natural philosopher, Hans Christian Ørsted, was giving a public lecture very much like at the Royal Institution, same kind of format, these were popular throughout Britain. Ørsted was giving a public lecture, and he accidentally discovered in the midst of his talk something that he really didn't expect. He had an apparatus that looked a lot like this, a kind of a conducting coil, so a conducting wire, and he had nearby a compass, so a magnetic needle. And he found that when current was flowing through the wire, the needle would be deflected. He did not expect it at all. None of his audience expected that. No one else expected that. Somehow the electric current, the flow of electricity, could induce magnetic effects. It could change the behavior of that magnetic needle of the compass. This became headline news. If there had been 19th century Twitter, it would have broken Twitter. Hashtag we need a adventure. This was like literally whatever was super exciting, including people like Michael Faraday. This was for Faraday exactly this kind of interconversion of forces that he was so interested in, partly from his Sandemanian faith, partly because he was a natural philosopher of his time. So not only does he quickly replicate Ørsted's finding, he separately finds that he can get electric current to move a compass needle. He then finds the inverse. He then does, as shown here, he takes a bar magnet and starts moving it in a pattern near a conducting coil from which you can measure the current as an ammeter attached. And he finds the inverse can happen as well, that a moving magnet, the changing magnetic effect, can induce an electric current. So he's investigating induction, both sort of electric currents inducing magnetic effects, magnetic fields, or magnetic effects inducing electric effects. And he wants to kind of keep track of this stuff. So he starts sketching these helpful doodles that he calls lines of force. As far as Faraday is concerned, these are lines of force to depict the underlying state of the ether. Remember, everything as far as he's concerned is what's going on with the underlying ether. So it must be, he begins to reason with these kind of pictorial aids, that the ether could be put under states of strain or tension. That if I have an electric charge that I place within the ether, it's going to have an effect to put a kind of strain on the ether immediately around it. So he draws.
This is exactly general relativity. That's exactly GR.
These lines of force emanating either outward from positive electric charge.
That's basically Einstein in 1920 in his speech in Leiden in the last paragraph. That's basically what he's saying.
Or collapsing in toward a negative electric charge. And then he begins using his sort of like middle school level mathematics. He had a little bit of geometry before leaving formal schooling, and he puts that to work. He says he supposes, what if the number of lines that come outward from a positive charge is fixed and is proportional to the amount of electric charge? So a charge of say 7.
Oh, he knew Gauss's theorem. Fall for 1 over r squared. n field lines would intersect a sphere at any given radius r, so the number density would scale like n over a, with a equals 4 pi r squared. So it's n over a, the number over the surface, the total surface area, and as r grows, a grows like the square of r, relative proportional to the square of r. So the density is proportional to 1 over r squared. So the density or n over a, the density, oh, this is the explanation. Why does the density fall like the inverse square law? Basically, he figured out Gauss's theorem without Gauss's theorem. Amazing. I've always wondered about how to derive the inverse square law. So Gauss's with basic high school geometry could figure it out. Okay, I couldn't. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
7 units would have 7 of these lines radiating outward, affecting the surrounding ether. A charge of 10 units would have 10 lines radiating outward, and so on. Then you can imagine what would happen if you surrounded that positive charge with a kind of imaginary sphere at some distant radius. Then you can ask how many lines per unit area will cross through that imagined sphere. The density of field lines will fall out. The lines are dispersing as you get further and further away from the electric charge. So the density of field lines, how many of those lines will intersect a kind of unit of that sphere, will fall off like 1 over r squared. You take a fixed number of lines, divide by the surface area that you surrounded that charge by, the area.
That's a very good explanation. Wow, I'm impressed.
Like 4 pi r squared. So the density should fall off like 1 over r squared. That was really exciting to Faraday, because he had learned from French scholars like Coulomb not too long before, really just in Faraday's own childhood, that there was this Newton-like force of attraction or repulsion among electric charges. We now call it Coulomb's law. That this magnitude of force between 2 electric charges.
But Coulomb measured it empirically, and Faraday predicted it.
Charges falls off like 1 over the square of the distance. Exactly as Faraday had kind of reasoned toward by thinking about states of tension in ether and how that strain would be kind of dissipated at more and more distance. So Faraday went on. He was so excited not only about one topic.
Yeah, the ether gives you predictions. I don't know why people get so upset.
Electricity, but also about magnetism. What if you plop a bar magnet down in the ether? Then he could do that with these things like iron filings and trace out the kind of lines of influence around the magnets, and you've probably done. And he realized that he could make sense of this also in terms of lines of force. That these iron filings were helping him map out the kind of magnetic effects, the strain that the bar magnet with its north and south magnetic poles.
You can see the lines of force in the ether
could do for the surrounding ether. What's really interesting here is that Faraday starts to say that sometimes forces might not be transmitted only along the kind of straight line shortest path between A and B. That was the sort of rule for all Newton-like forces. The magnetic lines of force would bend, they curve, they would have these kind of looping paths. And so maybe the magnetic force did not always go on shortest distance paths. And more generally, Faraday starts saying, let's keep track of all these states of tension in the ether. He introduces this notion of the field, something that physicists to this day use every single day of our careers. We now call it field theory. It largely comes being introduced by Faraday as he tries to make sense of, with kind of convenient mnemonic devices, these states of strain in the ether. So the electric and magnetic fields, as far as Faraday is concerned, were simply ways of characterizing the local state of the ether as represented by these kind of lines of force. What were the stresses and strains at that spot in the ether? How do they change to go to this spot? How do they change at that one spot over time? This is what he says is the notion of a field.
This is the beginning of Einstein's stress tensor.
It's just shorthand for the state of the underlying ether. But is that real? I might still wonder, is the ether just a helpful thing to think about, or did Faraday and his colleagues think it was really part of the world? And it was unambiguously for them part of the world, not just convenient to think about, but really the stuff from which the world was made. And we'll talk about this in some more detail over the coming class. Faraday thought he found like a golden proof in 1845, and now he's much more senior researcher. How could you demonstrate that he was real? Well, let's study the interaction between magnetic fields and the behavior of light, in particular polarized light. This is now known as the Faraday effect and Faraday rotation. It's one of these things that's literally still in our textbooks. We use it all the time. It comes from Faraday's efforts to prove to himself and his colleagues that we are all immersed in this elastic, bendable ether. So Faraday and his peers, the idea was the following: that if you put the ether under local strain by putting a local magnetic field in some region of space, that magnetic field would have a kind of twisting or curling effect, a kind of torsion on the underlying ether, and then this light wave is traveling through this kind of deformed local bit of ether. So its behavior will change. In particular, what's called the plane of polarization, the direction in which its wave is waving, will rotate. There's an angle shown here is the angle beta. So if the field starts out, the wave starts out waving in one direction, it will literally rotate by some angle. The amount of rotation depends on the strength of the field and the distance through which this ether is under tension. This is not just a good idea for 1845. It's how we make sense of the world today.
What? No. Magnetic field will rotate the plane of polarization of light. now known as the Faraday effect or Faraday rotation. Oh, magnetic field along the path of light causes it to rotate by beta. To Faraday and his peers, this was striking evidence that the ether must be real. The B field was a twisting strain in the ether, a kind of torsion in a deformed material medium within which light traveled. So these waves, obviously, are the E goes up and down. Current goes up and down like an antenna. This makes waves. Let's assume they're all completely parallel from an infinite distance, but they're also going side to side. Why would it twist? What could cause the twisting? So we know that magnetic field like this anyway, we have to think about it. How do the electrons align? Where do the magnetic moment point in order to have the vector this way? I don't think the magnetic moment is this way, but it might be. Let's assume it is. So something is waving. Maybe it obeys some right hand rule. If you point your thumb and twist it around, you get twisting.
Minus the ether part, but it comes from trying to figure out is the ether real. Just last year, I had fun working with a really terrific Europe student. Some of you might know Max Doschner. He and my friend Joe Formaggio. We use this exact same phenomenon that an external magnetic field will rotate the plane of polarization of light, not to talk about the ether, but as a way to jam quantum encryption indefinitely. So in this sort of hyper-modern physics of the moment, we're still going back to Faraday rotation, and yet Faraday thought was a way of characterizing ether. I just love that. We're going to see many examples of that throughout the class. Let me wrap up the Faraday part, and I'll pause again for some more questions. So Faraday, as we've seen, worked on a variety of phenomena, what we would call separately chemistry and optics, electrolysis, and physiology, little electricity magnetism. He was especially interested in the interconvertibility of forces, partly a compelling case that they made, which kind of resonated especially closely with his sort of religious minority views, his Sandemanian views, and that there was this kind of underlying unity of nature. Faraday was never trained in advanced mathematics. He had really just the rudiments of this kind of pictorial geometry, like we saw with the kind of lines of force. He was an apprentice tinkerer. He had tremendous manual dexterity skills and also great cleverness. He became this leading experimentalist based on not formal training at a university, but being kind of apprenticed as a bookbinder and then essentially apprenticed as Humphrey Davy's assistant at the Royal Institution, not at a university. He introduces these things which we still use to this day, like lines of force and fields. For Faraday, these are ways of characterizing the one big prize of natural studies, meaning ether, the medium within which all these things unfold, and the reason, as far as Faraday was concerned, why there could be this interconvertibility and unity. So in place of Newtonian action at a distance that somehow one object could instantaneously affect or exert force on another one, Faraday starts explaining all physical phenomena. He has the ambition to explain everything in terms of local fields. A local disturbance here at position x equals 1, and it can convey effects to its nearest neighbors point by point. So you have to study how these fields change over time and spread out through space. Everything is now meant to be local fields, not action at a distance. Let me pause here and ask any questions. See at least one more item in the chat.
Wow. So you almost got gravity.
Any questions on the Faraday material?
So his theory was local. Shut up, Siri.
Very good. So it was common to attend the public science lectures. In fact, it was seen as a way of being kind of elegant. Again, it is really fascinating work on the kind of social class emulation going on, especially heightened, as you might know, in Britain in this time period. So to be considered a kind of fashionable lady in the terminology of the day, one had to show or at least feign interest in a range of topics, one of which was these kind of, elegant demonstrations of the glories of the world. For many people, this, by the way, had a kind of overt religious significance, a kind of natural theology. Not for everyone, but for many in this period, the idea was that learning about how electric shocks make frogs' legs twitch, or how bar magnet can change, can induce electric current. These are ways of kind of revealing the glory of God's creation, as many people argue at the time. So it's seen as actually a function of kind of moral or spiritual uplift. And therefore, again, according to the kind of assumptions, and we might say prejudices at the time. Therefore, all the more important for young women to be exposed to this was the thinking at the time, with their kind of tender moral souls that needed special care. Again, to speak in their idiom, not my own. So there actually was a great encouragement for women to attend these public lectures, not as you might expect, to live in a laboratory, not to do the work. That was an almost uniquely male enclave in this period, certainly in the Royal Institution. But to be sort of exposed, to be part of the broader kind of polite discussions, it was one way of showing that you were, you had a kind of appropriate upbringing. But there's lots of cool stuff. I'd be glad to talk more about that or send some references from Marie. The short answer was yes, to attend the Christmas lectures at the Royal Institute. That was an awesome thing to bring your daughter to. But at the time, and something we'll see change rather slowly, but change over time throughout the semester. At that time, it was not something that was seen as a kind of acceptable or appropriate day job or a career path. So that was a very, very clear gender disparity, but a great openness to have women participate in that limited way in a kind of public lecture. Very good question. We'll come back to that theme quite a lot. Great questions. Oh, that's so good. So we'll come to some of that in the very next unit right now. So partly I'll just touch. But the short answer was there was a growing recognition in just this time period among many influential government leaders, not only in Britain, in many parts of Europe, in fact, many parts of the world, China and Japan, certainly North America, a growing recognition during this exact time period that many nation states would benefit from investing in what we now call science and technology, or science and engineering. So there certainly were hot button issues, and as now natural evolution, Darwin's theory of evolution, which comes just around this time, first published in 1859, that becomes yet another flashpoint for tension and controversy. But for a lot of
that was the beginning of the end of science.
Work in what we would now call the physical sciences, as we'll see, there was actually a kind of investment, a new kind of priority in a lot of this work, not across the board, not without its own hiccups. We'll come to that. But it was actually a turning point in a new kind of investment, partly because many of these places were undergoing their own kind of nation-based industrial development. And we'll see that actually more closely in the next class. Some of it today with Maxwell, and in the next class. It's a great question. The theme will trace throughout the semester. But even in Faraday's own lifetime, that was beginning to change into a more kind of a high priority investment in exactly this topic. Great question. Any others? Should we kick us on? These are great. So keep them coming. These are great historical questions to help us think about like what was different back then, what might have been similar. So we're going to keep that kind of back and forth in mind as we enter now just the last part for today's class. We're going to talk about William Thomson and James Clerk Maxwell. So as we saw, briefly, Faraday had very little formal training in mathematics, and he used very little in his own studies. He's very voluminous studies, and that's not surprising given what we know about his own early childhood education. It was a really remarkable shift, one that I still find unbelievably fascinating. We're going to spend quite a bit of time talking about it today in the next class. This amazing shift that begins really late in Faraday's own lifetime, in the middle decades of the 19th century. It doesn't only happen in Britain. We're going to look at it because it's especially kind of dramatic or kind of blown out of proportion, let's say, in Britain at places like Cambridge University. It's happening also in places like France and other parts of Europe, even beyond Europe. But Cambridge in Britain gives us like the kind of capstone picture. It's almost like pure essence. So there's a real sea change going on between Faraday's early life and even later years of his own career in the way that people would try to approach natural phenomena like electricity and magnetism. Two kind of exemplars, two examples of that shift are names that might be familiar to many of you. And we'll spend a little time today talking about some of their work. William Thomson, who was later known as Lord Kelvin, that's the same Kelvin from the Kelvin.
Hey, Mr. Slade.
Hey, what's up?
Yeah, Divine was just accused of witchcraft.
What?
He was forced to leave the VC, and she got burned at the stake.
What?
Divine, who was just here.
Got accused of
It
witchcraft?
just happens sometimes.
Yeah, they got accused of witchcraft.
By whom?
They had to leave the VC. I don't know, by people
Yeah,
in
they starred in a John Waters film, and then
yeah, like Holland or wherever, they got burned at the stake. Yeah, pretty sad.
I don't believe it.
Rest in pepperonis, Divine.
I don't believe it. I'm listening to someone teaching physics history. The history of physics, so fascinating.
Can you hear me?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Oh, sorry. Yeah. What were you saying?
I'm saying I'm listening to someone teaching the history of physics.
Okay.
So it's really fascinating.
Oh, you go back to the pre-Socratics, does it?
No, this chapter is
okay.
starting from 200 years ago, Faraday.
Oh, Faraday, okay.
So
did he work on like electrical engineering, or what was he?
Faraday did a lot of experiments with electricity and magnetism.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah, like a Faraday's cage, right?
I guess. And based on that, on his notes, on his drawings, Maxwell developed Maxwell's equations, which
I thought you were going to say like an ulcer.
Why would he develop an ulcer?
No, stress. You think it all the time.
Why would he develop an ulcer?
I don't know. Why does anyone develop an ulcer? You know?
I don't know. So, based on Faraday's discoveries, like he made drawings. So Maxwell came in and developed the mathematical notations, the mathematical descriptions of these drawings. And these mathematical notations is Maxwell's laws, which is all of electricity and magnetism and electromagnetism, which is like everything we use today for everything, like most of our engineering, electrical engineering is Maxwell. So, but everything is just a mathematical notation of Faraday's drawings. When Faraday drew the ether, he says it explicitly that this is the ether this, the ether that.
Mm-hmm.
But if you talk to people today, they think no, there is no ether. Anyway, do you believe in the ether?
I don't know much about physics. I have no idea.
Why do you think the apple falls from the tree towards the ground?
Which is what apples do, you know.
Well, but it's not just apples. It's also oranges.
Yeah, true.
So, what's your explanation? Now you have two phenomena to account for.
Because where else would they fall to? You know what I mean? Just hanging around up in the air all the time. They're like, I've had enough of this shit. I'm gonna try what it's like on life on the ground, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I'm an apple here reporting from the ground, you know. The other apples are still up in the tree. Losers! I'm down here.
Anyway, so what's the answer? What's causing the apple?
The apples
Mm-hmm.
are trying to rebel from the oppressive nature of the tree, and they try to escape and live their own lives away from the tyranny. Then they themselves turn into a tree and start the cycle of tyranny all over again.
How many apples from a single tree become apple trees on average?
All of them. All of them.
All the apples?
I don't know.
Take a guess.
Well, it's different today because trees are like clones of a particular tree to produce beer that tastes nice. You know what I mean? Or to produce apples that taste really nice.
Okay, but on average, how many apples become trees from a single apple tree? How many apples from a single apple tree on average become an apple tree? On average.
I don't know.
Statistically speaking, okay, I'll give you the assumption. The assumption is, let's assume that the trees are not taking over the universe. That's that's one assumption. That's one assumption.
The tree empire shall expand across the galaxy, spreading its branches and roots throughout the universe.
That's one assumption. The other assumption is, let's assume that the trees are not going extinct. They're neither going extinct nor taking over the universe. So that's two assumptions we're going to make. From these two assumptions, you should be able to answer the question, how many apples on average from a single apple tree become an apple tree?
We've got to be like at least one of them, right? You know.
Well, statistically, on average, there is only one answer.
What do you mean?
There's an answer. What's the answer?
I don't know, like 2.
2.
Like 1.1. I don't know.
Even 1.1.
Okay, 1.
Are you guessing?
Yeah.
Don't guess. Give me the answer. I'll be able to back it up.
I don't know the answer. What, like, I mean, so you said if we raised a tree, like, I don't, like, there's so many trees. I guess
Given
if they need to replace themselves, at least one of them should reproduce.
So what's the answer? How many?
I don't know. You say 1.
Why? What happens if it's 1.00001?
Then the number of trees would continue to increase, wouldn't it?
Yeah. And how would that violate our assumption?
Then they would take over, you'd imagine.
Yeah.
They reach a certain amount, a maximum amount, and fill up all the space, you'd imagine, right?
Yeah.
Until something stops.
Very good. So you have a high IQ.
It's all this talk about the great replacement, that stuff is all about birth rates.
Exactly.
Those people are like, we're being replaced.
Are you being replaced?
Me? No, why?
I don't know.
Nobody can replace me. I'm one of a kind. I am the one and only. Yeah.
Anyway, Amber, are you staying?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll be back. I'm gonna go listen to the lecture. Bye.
Temperature scale, absolute temperature familiar to you, another thing. Thomson on one hand and James Clerk Maxwell on the other. Again, I'm sure Maxwell a familiar name, things like Maxwell equations and all the rest. So these two folks were about 2 generations younger than Faraday. They were coming of age when Faraday was already a well-known natural philosopher. They pick up on Faraday's work. They were avid readers of Faraday's books, often monographs, not just his articles. And they begin to translate it into a very powerful mathematical formula, of the sort that Faraday had no inkling of whatsoever. Turns out both Thomson and Maxwell were born in Scotland. They were not from London or the immediate English surroundings. They were both Scottish-born. They both moved to Cambridge for their formal university training in the middle decades of the 19th century. So both Thomson and Maxwell became deeply involved, coming to exactly the question that was raised just in that last question period. They became deeply involved with what we might call kind of engineering aspects or applications of natural philosophy, all around the physics of the ether. They both had very long, illustrious careers, not only when they were university students. They were pursuing these very fancy, sophisticated mathematical, kind of formal mathematical approaches to electricity, magnetism, and the physics of the ether, not only for the sake of pure mathematics. As we'll see, they were deeply involved in very practical ways with things that governments wanted to pay for, like telegraphy and other practical electrotechnical devices. So among the most important in their own careers was indeed telegraphy. So as you know, Britain then as now was an island. It's still an island. Back then it had lots and lots of colonies. That's what's changed. It was a period of still rapid acceleration of the British colonial adventure. So distant outposts or so-called possessions, territorial possessions, really all around the world. Again, many of you might recall the old quip that the sun never sets on the British Empire. In that time period, there were colonial holdings or territories that spanned really the entire globe. So at any given time of day, the sun was shining on some British outpost. So what do you need if you're going to try to administer a world-spanning empire? You need ways to have efficient communication. And that was an enormous impetus for things like telegraphy.
That's incredible. Like a tiny island took over the planet and then let it go.
Even with some of the former colonies, like the United States or Canada, some kind of formal colonial holdings, there was still an effort in the same period, the middle decades of the 19th century, to have efficient long-distance communication, things like commerce and diplomacy. So there are all kinds of reasons why electromechanical investigations were given a very high priority in Britain in this time period. So we get a taste of it. Here's our first quotation from that little bit of the Maxwell that I assigned. Maxwell published this voluminous treatise, a 2-volume treatise in 1873. The 2 volumes together run to about 900 pages. It makes for fun beach reading. But in the very opening of the preface, we get this really interesting observation. He tells us partly why anyone should read this book. And he says here, the important applications of electromagnetism to telegraphy have reacted on pure science by giving a commercial value, and indeed a kind of governmental diplomatic value, to accurate electrical measurements, and by affording to electricians, as they experts in the field, the use of apparatus on a scale which greatly transcends that of any ordinary laboratory. They're getting huge investments to conduct very large investigations with very elaborate apparatus. The consequences of this demand, this sort of government and commercial private interest demand for electrical knowledge, and of these experimental opportunities for acquiring that knowledge, have already been very great, both in stimulating the energies of advanced electricians and in diffusing among practical men a degree of accurate knowledge which is likely to conduce to the general scientific progress of the whole engineering profession. P.S. Buy my 900-page book. It's literally worth something. That's what he's announcing in the opening pages of his treatise. So let's go a little bit into somehow William Thomson and James Clerk Maxwell start treating Faraday's kind of intellectual legacy. So Thomson began reading Faraday's books as well as some articles as an undergraduate. Thomson was still, basically 18 and 19 years old at Cambridge when he starts devouring Faraday's work, or continues to. He began to realize that he could put Faraday's work, he could kind of translate it on the one hand, and also Newton's work on mechanics within the same mathematical structure. This was the stuff that only in the middle decades of the 19th century was what university students at Cambridge, like William Thomson, began to really be immersed in. We'll talk much more about that in the next lecture. So we realized that you could make this bridge. You could treat all these disparate phenomena within electricity and separately all these disparate phenomena within Newton's mechanics, blocks sliding down planes, the attraction of gravity, introduce one similar mathematical construct, the potential, a scalar potential, which is often just labeled by the Greek letter phi. If this is brand new to you, don't worry. If it's very familiar to you, great. The idea is that a scalar function, a scalar field, like this potential, it has values at every point in space. Those values can change over time, but it doesn't have direction. It has no, it only has magnitudes. You can think of making a kind of representing the temperature in the room at every location in space, and then tracking how those temperature readings change over time in each location in space. That's a scalar function. Temperature is scalar. It has magnitude, but not direction. That's hopefully review. Other things like these fields that Faraday had introduced for electricity and magnetism, those have direction as well as magnitude. Those are vector quantities. Well, as Thomson was learning to just devour in his undergraduate studies, you could create a vector quantity by taking kind of rates of change of a scalar quantity, what we now call the gradient. So the gradient, often with this upside down triangle, the gradient of a scalar function gives a vector function. And in particular, one could represent these vector field-like quantities of either electricity or gravitation by first writing down a simpler mathematical object, the scalar function, scalar potential. So he first reviews what had already been worked out by a bunch of 18th century savants throughout France, so French scholars throughout the 1700s, downstream from Newton himself. They had really translated Newton's own work into this language of directional quantities like fields, like forces in the gravitational field, and then introduced this simplifying mathematical structure of a scalar potential. And then you could study not just how the field is related to changes in that scalar function, the gradient. You could see how the field would diverge, the divergence of that field related to where the stuff is, the density of sources of gravitation, like the mass density. This was basically a translation, retranslation of Newton's work from the 1680s, translated into this more modern language throughout the 1700s by the French scholars of directional vector quantities being related to derivatives, to rates of change of simpler scalar quantities. That was literally textbook stuff. That's what Thomson's learning as an undergraduate. It's not Thomson, not those French folks in this case, who says, can we make a one-for-one map? He's absorbing this cool Faraday stuff. He says, what if we represent an electric field as a state of strain in the ether, exactly as Faraday had begun kind of groping toward pictorially? There's electrical forces, can be forces related to an electrical field, the state of disturbance of the ether. Sorry, how that? Sorry, gang. Okay, you can then relate the electric field again to rates of change of a simpler quantity, a scalar potential, exactly analogous to the gravitational case. You can then ask how the electric field is diverging throughout space and time, like those lines of force getting more and more spread out from each other in Faraday's simple pictures. And that's related to where the stuff is, to the sources of this electrical disturbance, the charge density, how many electrical charged objects are distributed throughout space per unit volume. So he makes a one-to-one map. And he says there's really this precise mathematical analogy between electrical phenomena and mechanics, like Newton's laws, and the mapping is done by this a little bit more formal, more fancy mathematics. So far, that's not so shocking. Thomson was among the first to take this textbook side and start doing new things with it, with the Faraday cool EM stuff. Within 1 year of when Faraday introduced what we now call Faraday rotation, remember that thing about the external magnetic field rotating the plane of polarization for light? Thomson does the same thing. He says, oh, good, Faraday has some new cool stuff. Let me put that through my very fancy universe of mathematics. So now he's still an undergraduate. Thomson is now making brand new stuff, not just rewriting the known regularities among electrical phenomena, but in fact formalizing the brand new stuff like Faraday rotation. He introduces a new kind of mathematical object, the vector potential. That was not known even to the French savant. We still call it the vector potential A. And he introduces a new operator, a new way of manipulating that quantity, which we call the curl. Thomson invents curl as an undergraduate. Just let that sink in for a second. So, the new semester's early. You all can invent all kinds of new math before, let's say, Thomson's literally doing this like for fun on the weekends because he can't get enough math. So he introduces the vector potential and this curl because, as Faraday had kind of intuited, the effect of a magnetic field on the surrounding ether was a kind of turning or twisting strain, unlike a kind of straight line strain of an electric field. And so Thomson wanted to kind of formalize what that curl, what that twisting torsion would be like as a different kind of strain in the ether. And he formalizes this new operator, which we now know and love and use every single day. It comes out of Thomson trying to treat mathematically formally what he was still learning very actively from people like Faraday. Pretty amazing. So far, following Faraday's lead, Thomson begins to interpret this mathematical result mechanically. Remember, we saw that one-to-one bridge between the kind of Newton mechanics stuff and the electricity stuff. He says if the same mathematics applies, maybe it's the same physical explanation undergirding all of it. The ether, he learned from people like Michael Faraday and others, the ether seemed to be this elastic physical medium. It was literally a kind of stuff spread out everywhere, and that medium could be put under local states of tension or strain with twist, with directional properties described by these vectors. So these new mathematical techniques like curl could quantify this physical mechanical medium's response to pressures like electric and magnetic fields. He really took that to heart. In a famous set of public lectures, much like these London ones, he actually came to Baltimore, United States, and gave very, very well-attended popular lectures in Baltimore. Thomson basically tried to give his audience a feel for what these kind of experts were doing. This is a direct quotation. So again, people in their fancy opera gloves, like out for a night in the town, hear the great Lord Kelvin at this point, the great ennobled Lord Kelvin described about the latest advances. And he tells his fancy audience, stick your hand in a bowl of jelly, okay, and see how it wiggles and vibrates as you move your hand around. That's what it was to do physics, because the jelly is just like this elastic ether. It's everywhere. And the job of super smart, ambitious people like William Thomson was to quantify the wiggles and vibrations of that ether, much as you would if you disturbed this pot of jelly. I love that. This becomes known as a mechanical worldview. If the mathematics was the same, make this one-to-one mathematical map, then maybe you could model electromagnetism on literally a mechanical model. You have an elastic stuff under states of strain with directional properties. And if the models reproduce all the relevant phenomena, like Coulomb's law and all the rest, all the electromagnetic phenomena, then maybe these aren't only analogies or models. Maybe ether really was merely a mechanical system, just like that jar of jam. So it becomes a mechanical worldview. All of the things of the world are to be understood on mechanical kind of vibrations or responses of this space-filling ether. Last part, then I'll pause for more questions. Almost done. When I turn to Thomson's slightly younger colleague, James Clerk Maxwell. I mentioned they had a similar upbringing a couple years apart, both Scottish, both come to Cambridge for their undergraduate studies. Maxwell was a couple years younger. I don't think they actually overlapped in Cambridge. They came to know each other later. Maxwell, like Thomson, becomes steeped in this new Cambridge mathematical training. We'll talk a lot more about the Cambridge training in the next class. And Maxwell develops further analogies between these electromagnetic kind of ether-based systems and mechanical systems. Here's a famous example. This, by the way, you get some more description of this in that chapter by Bruce Hunt that we'll read for today. So to model the effects of a magnetic field on the ether, Maxwell imagines this elaborate system. Basically, it's like a contraption of like pulleys and conveyor belts and gears. We don't have to worry about the details so much. The ambition is what I want to convey. That there's a physical model of an actual system, a mechanical system of gears, levers, and straps that he thinks is what's really going on in the ether when we do things like put a little patch of ether under local strain from a magnetic field. So between these kind of vortices that's depicted here are these idle wheels that sort of stay in place but can change the rate at which they turn. They really like these conveyor belts. If an external force changed the rate at which one of these vortices was spinning, you could change it by imposing one of these external fields like a magnetic field. You change the rate at which this kind of unit cell is spinning, that changes the rate at which the immediately nearest neighbors are going to be behaving. It's all this Faraday field idea of local neighbor to local neighbor, not action at a distance. So this unit cell starts to change its rate of rotation. That changes the speed at which these intervening, these so-called idle wheels spin. That then changes the rate at which their nearest neighbors spin because they're literally connected. So it's all local effects. So all effects are local. And the way that a magnetic disturbance affects something over there is by these local effects propagating through the medium in this kind of gears and straps conveyor belt sort of way. And again, he gives us hints about this even in the brief excerpt from Maxwell's treatise that I assigned for today. So he talks about how the action of one electrical system on another is affected not by direct action at a distance, not the way Newton had said, but rather by means of a distribution of stress in this medium, this elastic medium of the ether, extending continuously throughout space. Likewise, he says a few pages later in the excerpt,
Yeah, about it.
Yeah, I understand.
I felt like a sociopath.
Wait, did,
Hey, Mr. Slade.
hey, did you
Oh, he's back.
call me?
Who?
No.
I saw a notification on my phone. Okay, bye.
the distribution of stress in this medium, this ether, is precisely that to which Faraday was led in his investigation of induction, of the fact that a moving magnet can induce electrical effects like an electric current. At every point of the medium, there's a state of stress. Every part of the ether is under some kind of stress, such that there's tension along the lines of force, pressure at right angles. He's really building a mechanical model, almost sometimes a kind of hydrostatic one, other ones more like the gears of a factory. This became how the Maxwellians, not just Maxwell, but even his nearest followers and students and kind of proteges, that's what they thought it was to study the natural world, to build more and more kind of articulated mechanical models of the ether with which they could model and even predict more and more features of the natural world, like electromagnetic effects. So one of his acolytes, Oliver Lodge, who himself went on to a very, very distinguished career in physics himself, he wrote a book a few years later than Maxwell's treatise called Modern Views of Electricity. And it was all about this sort of Maxwellian approach within this mechanical worldview to account for states of strain in ether using this kind of much more articulated mapping, the fancy math that people like Thomson, Maxwell, and soon the whole Cambridge group would articulate. Well, this didn't impress everyone. I love this book review. This is the nastiest book review for a long, long time. Here's a review by the French mathematical physicist Pierre Duhem, reviewing Oliver Lodge's book, this kind of Maxwellian book. Duhem hoped he would like it. He also was very interested in electromagnetism, but he just sniffs in this wonderful sneering French way. It's worth quoting. Duhem says, here is a book intended to expound the modern theories of electricity. In it, there are nothing but strings which move around pulleys, which roll around drums, which go through pearl beads, which carry weights, and tubes which pump water while others swell and contract. Toothed wheels are geared to one another and engage hooks. This is the real kicker. We thought we were entering the tranquil and neatly ordered abode of reason, but we find ourselves in a factory. This was not high praise. He's like, I thought I was going to learn something edifying for my soul. Instead, this is literally low-class stuff. This is the most obnoxious takedown book review that I could think of. So this Maxwellian British approach doesn't please everyone, and yet, as we'll see in the last little bit, they're starting to make some pretty remarkable strides nonetheless. Last little bit, then we'll pause for questions. Last part for now. So while working out this sort of mechanical model, how would local disturbances propagate through this elastic medium of the ether? Maxwell starts putting in some quantitative values for the way to characterize the kind of response of the ether. These are really like spring constants. How stretchy is the ether, or how much stretchiness or tension do you get sort of per unit applied external field? When we apply an external electric field to this part of the ether, how much does the tension change, or likewise the magnetic field? So really like spring constants, analogous. And that's what he and his colleagues are measuring in their local laboratories and studying. Then he goes back to these mechanical models to ask how quickly would a mechanical disturbance begin to propagate within this mechanical ether. And he finds, really to his surprise, he didn't see that coming, these disturbances in the ether, those moment by moment local effects, would move at a speed he already knew very well, the speed of light. Here's a direct quotation from his very famous paper from 1865. And he says, the velocity of transverse undulations in our hypothetical medium, I just love that phrase, transverse undulations in our hypothetical medium, meaning the speed at which these waves of ether are traveling, that speed agrees so exactly with the velocity of light that's calculated from optical experiments, actually mostly astronomical, that we can scarcely avoid the inference that light consists of the transverse undulations of the same medium, the ether, which is the cause of electric and magnetic phenomena. Translated into how we might say it today, light waves were literally nothing but traveling disturbances of electric and magnetic fields within this light-bearing, all-pervasive ether. He gets this unification of electricity, magnetism, and optics by thinking very, very hard and very quantitatively about the mechanical response of this all-pervasive ether. So let me wrap up, and I'll pause. I see a bunch of comments coming up in the chat, so I'm going to make time. So let's wrap up, and then we'll get discussion. Leading natural philosophers of the 19th century were really quite convinced, and they had very good reasons, that the world is made of just different kinds of stuff than how our contemporaries would answer that question. That opening question, what's the world made of? The folks back then, world-leading, rightly celebrated scholars, Faraday, Thomson, Maxwell, and for that matter, people like Pierre Duhem and his contemporaries as well. They were convinced that the world was not made of elementary particles that skitter around in a vacuum, but rather there was no vacuum, and particles were a kind of afterthought. We'll come back to that next class. But the world is filled with this elastic physical medium, the ether, and everything that matters is a response to that ether to various kinds of mechanical disturbances. As Lord Kelvin says, stick your hand in a bowl of jelly, see how it wiggles. That's what the world is made of. Up until the middle decades of the 19th century, many leading, highly accomplished, and very influential natural philosophers like Michael Faraday could enter research careers based on this apprenticeship model, closer to the Middle Ages or the Renaissance than to today. They often worked in sort of institutes which had no formal teaching function. They were not, for the most part, based at universities. That's what begins to change in the middle decades of the 19th century. So Faraday, Thomson, and Maxwell, in their own different ways, pursued these analogies between this light-bearing or luminiferous ether and mechanical systems. Faraday with his rather rudimentary geometrical arguments and his very clever kind of pictorial aids, Thomson and Maxwell with his increasingly sophisticated mathematics. We'll look at that some more next time. They all became convinced of what became called a mechanical worldview. The electromagnetic effects were literally nothing but mechanical effects on this all-pervasive ether. Moreover, this is the birth of what we now call field physics. Local causes yield local effects. There's no action at a distance, unlike Maxwell's description, Newton's description of gravity. A can affect B, but it'll take some time for the effects to propagate, and certain kinds of propagating effects, like these electric and magnetic transverse undulations, will show up as nothing other than what we call light. Let me stop sharing the screen there, open it up for questions. There's a huge set in the chat. I think I'll get them all today. Great question. Thank you. So there was a spectrum even among what we now call the Maxwellians. They didn't all have exactly the same ideas, but we shared a lot. And so indeed, some of them wondered, is this a useful analogy? And if so, should we nonetheless keep pursuing it, see what we get out of it? Others were convinced that it's more than it's not merely an analogy. It's a helpful analogy precisely because of some deeper similarity. And individual views changed over time, and the whole group would have a kind of, let's say, evolving center of gravity. They were more like each other in the kind of Cambridge scene than like, say, the French or the Germans or indeed communities further afield, as we'll look at. So I don't want to make it sound like they were all kind of like exactly had the same notion. They were pretty similar compared to, as we'll see a really interesting contrast next class, I think, with some leading scholars within the German states. So they are those maybe the strongest contrast. But you're right that some of these, even within Cambridge, or the kind of close Maxwellian colleagues, they were all delighted to pursue the mathematical analogies. They were getting trained in this very, very elaborate mathematical machinery, as we'll talk more about next time. They shared that. And they were impressed by what the analogies would bring them, either to explain something or to prompt new questions to then try to go investigate in the laboratory. It was a productive set of analogies. That was already what they agreed on. Some then said, it's not just an analogy, the world is filled with jelly, effectively. It's a great question. It looks like Julia has very kindly compiled a bunch of questions for us. Let me answer some that Julia has private chatted to me. If I miss some others, we'll have time for some more. So someone asks, by the way, Julia, if university and research institutions were separated at the time, who used to teach at the universities? Oh, very good. People would teach at the universities who had gone to universities. So it was self-replicating. Now, that's still true today, but we've achieved a kind of monopoly, whereas back then it wasn't such a monopoly. That is to say, people who...
I'm falling asleep. Oh my God, I'm falling asleep. I'm tired. Okay. I'm gonna stop the stream. All right, see you tomorrow. Bye bye.